The 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Maria Lourdes Binay will lead the chamber in prayer.
Nevertheless, I will bring health and healing to it. I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. Jeremiah chapter 33 verse 6. Sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak at Espiritu Santo, Panginoong Diyos, Ama naming mapagmahal at makapangyarihan, nagpapasalamat po kami sa bawat pagkakataong kami nakakangiti at napupuno ng pag-asa sa kabila ng hamong kinakaharap namin. Sa pagpapatuloy namin sa pagtalakay sa budget ng bansa, patnubayan po ninyo kami ng masiguro namin na magiging daan ang mga programang popondohan sa muling pagbangon ng mamamayang Pilipino. Gabayan po ninyo ang mga miyembro ng aming Kamara nang magkaisa kami sa diwa at layunin na itaguyod ang kapakanan ng aming mga kababayan. Basbasan po ninyo ang aming puso, isip at kamay upang gusto naming maunawaan ang aming tungkulin, magawa namin ang tama at dapat para sa mga pinagsisilbihan namin at maiwasan ang mga pagkakamali ng nakaraan. Panginoon, nananalig po kaming hindi ninyo kami pababayaan. Ipagkaloob po ninyo ang inyong lakas at pagkalinga, lalo na sa aming mga kapwa na nagdurusa dahil sa dagok ng pandemya. Buksan po ninyo ang aming mga mata at kalooban upang ang bawat isa sa amin ay maging daan para maiparamdam ang inyong lubos na pagmamahal. Ang lahat ng ito aming hinihiling sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak at Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiging dahil sa silabanan sa titipoy buhay lupang hinilang tinitang magiging sa manlulupi ikapasisihir sa simoy at sa langit kong baga may pinatang tula kapit sa paglayang Nagkawala ako'y tapay na natin. Tuwing ang araw niya kailan pagpapay atin. Lupa ng araw na naman. Pasintaboy natin sa atin. Hindi kaya na Panginoon natin ang kamatayang natin sa iyo.
The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara.
Present.
Senator Binay.
Present.
Senator Cayetano.
Present.
Present. Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa.
Present.
Senator Drilon.
Present.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Present po.
Senator Gordon.
Present, ma'am.
Senator Ontiveros.
Present.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Present.
Senator Marcos.
Present.
Senator Pacquiao.
Present.
Senator Pangilinan.
Present.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe.
Present.
Senator Recto.
Present.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Present.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar.
Present.
Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 7 senators physically present and 16 virtually present for a total of 23, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 19th session, Wednesday, September 22, 2021, and consider the same as approved. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, we dispense with the reading and approve the journal.
Mr. President, I move to proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 21 September 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 9851, an act establishing a zero spectrum user fee policy for Philippine telecommunications entities using Wi-Fi frequency bands or spectrum.
Referred to the Committees on Public Services and Science and Technology.
House number 10000, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Gao Mingxu.
Referred to the Committee on Justice.
House number 10001, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kwok Yam Yan Chan.
Referred to the Committee on Justice.
House number 10062, an act mandating the Technical Education Skills Development Authority to institutionalize a technical vocational education and training and livelihood program designed specifically for rehabilitated drug dependents and appropriating funds therefor.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
House number 10211, an act granting GVM Radio TV Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio broadcasting stations in Cebu City and other areas in the Philippines.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
House number 10212, an act granting Mount Apo Science Foundation College, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
House number 7425, an act imposing value-added tax on digital transaction in the Philippines, amending for the purpose sections 105, 108, 109, 110, 113, 114, and 236, and adding a new section 105-A of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House number 9376, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Elizabeth Eder Zobel de Ayala.
To the Committee on Justice.
House number 10022, an act providing for the election of sectoral representatives to local legislative bodies and the manner by which they shall be elected.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House number 10098, an act establishing information and communications technology hubs nationwide.
To the Committees on Science and Technology, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House number 10154, an act establishing the Science for Change program and appropriating funds therefor.
To the Committees on Science and Technology and Finance.
House number 10171, an act institutionalizing the 1989 University of the Philippines Department of National Defense Accord, amending for the purpose Section 11 of Republic Act number 9500, otherwise known as the University of the Philippines Charter of 2008.
To the Committee on Higher Education.
House number 10191, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Zhengyu Zhu.
To the Committee on Justice.
House number 10108, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Iloilo, province of Iloilo, creating for the purpose the Metro Iloilo Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefor.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
And House number 10109, an act establishing a special economic zone in the municipality of San Jose and Magsaysay, province of Occidental Mindoro, creating for the purpose the Occidental Mindoro Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefor.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 21 September 2021, it designated Representatives Veloso III, Flores, Hernandez, Rodriguez, and Fortun as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House number 9087, entitled An Act Granting Survivorship Benefits to the Surviving Legitimate Spouse and Dependent Children of a Deceased Retired Member of the National Prosecution Service and appropriating funds therefor, and Senate number 2373, An Act Granting Survivorship Benefits to the Surviving Legitimate Spouse and Dependent Children of a Deceased Retired Member of the National Prosecuting Service, appropriating funds therefor, and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 21 September 2021, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 59, an act setting the minimum paid-up capital and locally produced stock inventory requirements for foreign retail business enterprises, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 8762, otherwise known as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000, and Senate Number 1840, an act amending Republic Act Number 8762, otherwise known as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000, by lowering required paid-up capital for foreign retail enterprises and for other purposes.
To the archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2412, an act recognizing the sentience, sapience, and inherent rights of marine mammals and providing mechanisms for the protection and enforcement thereof, introduced by Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committee on Environment and Climate Change.
Senate Number 2413, an act establishing the Transportation Cooperatives Development Loan Fund, appropriating and sourcing funds thereof and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on Finance and Cooperatives.
Senate Number 2414, an act institutionalizing the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
Committee report number 313, submitted by the Committee on Foreign Relations on PS Resolution number 309, introduced by Senator Binay, entitled Resolution Directing the Proper Senate Committees to conduct an inquiry and assessment in aid of legislation on the visa upon arrival policy for Chinese nationals, with the end in view of ensuring that the visa upon arrival scheme would not pose health risk and facilitate the proliferation of sex trafficking and prostitution in the country, recommending the adoption of the recommendations, their immediate implementation. Sponsor, Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business. There is additional reference. Please proceed.
Additional reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives, letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 23 September 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 10063, an act creating one additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Maasin, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House number 10064, an act creating two additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Maasin and the municipality of Sogod, province of Southern Leyte, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended.
To the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House number 10065, an act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended.
To the Committee on Justice and Finance.
House number 10066, an act creating two additional branches, the Regional Trial Court, and one additional branch of the Family Court in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Diplahan, province of Zamboanga, Zibugay, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14J, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended.
To the Committee on Justice and Finance.
House number 10067, an act creating three additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and two additional branches of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Nabotas and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Sections 14D and 27 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended.
To the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House number 10068, an act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Silay, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14G, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House number 10069, act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Cabagan, province of Isabela, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14B of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10070, now creating 10 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Santa Rosa, Province of Laguna, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Sections 14E and 29, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10071, and now creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Santa Barbara and Pavia, Province of Iloilo, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
To the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 10072, and now creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 3rd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Leonardo, Province of Nueva Ecija, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14C of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10073, Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court and 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the cities of the 12th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Kidapawan, Province of Cotabato, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Sections 14M and 29, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10074, creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Agoo, Province of La Union, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14A, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10075, and now creating 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Diabi, Quezon, Santa Fe, and Alfonso Castañeda, respectively, all in the province of Nueva Vizcaya, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10076, and now creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Kawit, Province of Cavite, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 10077, Act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Valencia, Province of Bukidnon, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K, Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980.
Justice and Finance.
House Number 6843, an act establishing Technical Education Skills Development Authority TESDA training and assessment centers in the municipalities of Kataingan, Kawayan, Placer, and Uson, located in the province of Masbate, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
House Number 10095, an act declaring the South Beach, located in the municipality of Pagudpod, province of Ilocos Norte, a tourism destination, providing for its development and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 10179, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Concepcion District Hospital in the municipality of Concepcion, province of Tarlac, from 50 to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
House Number 10180, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Governor Faustino N.D. Senior Memorial Hospital in the city of Ilagan, province of Isabela, from 100 to 500 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
House Number 10184, an act separating the Arcelo Memorial National High School, Liloan National High School Annex in Barangay Poblacion, Municipality of Liloan, Province of Cebu, from the Arcelo Memorial National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Liloan National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10185, Act separating the Parañaque National High School, Marcelo Green Annex in Barangay Marcelo Green, Parañaque City, Metro Manila, from the Parañaque National High School, converting it to the independent national high school to be known as the Marcelo Green National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10186, an act separating the Arena Blanco National High School, Tigtabon Annex in Barangay Tigtabon, Zamboanga City, from the Arena Blanco National High School, converting it to an independent national high school to be known as Tigtabon National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10187, an act separating the Arena Blanco National High School Mampang Annex in Barangay Mampang, Zamboanga City from the Arena Blanco National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Mampang National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10188, an act separating the Manikahan National High School, Lamisahan Annex in Barangay Lamisahan, Zamboanga City from the Manikahan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Lamisahan National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10189, an act separating the Libudon National High School, Shanghai Extension in Barangay Shanghai, Mati City, Province of Davao Oriental, from the Libudon National High School, converting it into independent national high school to be known as Shanghai National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
And House Number 10190, an act separating the Rodolfo V. Pamor Jr. Memorial National High School, Sanyay Southeastern High School Annex in Barangay Turage, Municipality of Sanyay, Province of Camarines Sur, from the Rodolfo V. Pamor Jr. Memorial National High School, converting it to an independent national high school to be known as Turage National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
Resolutions, PS Resolution Number 915, resolution recognizing and congratulating Jesus is Lord Church for celebrating its 43rd founding anniversary on October 23, 2021, introduced by Senator Angara.
The Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 916, resolution recognizing and commending the immeasurable contribution and sacrifices of Filipino physicians in the fight against the coronavirus disease and to celebrate their dedication in service this National Physicians Day, 27 September 2021, introduced by Senators Angara, Gordon, Zubiri, Poe, Binay, Villanueva, and Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we like to beg the indulgence of our colleagues. We have a lot of approval on third reading measures. We should start immediately, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2332 and ask the Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote. So moved.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
Ay, baka kailangan magpahinga ng konti si Sec. Kakaano pala niya. Reference of business. My apologies to the Secretary.
It's okay. She's still very young.
Yes, very young.
Wala. Bill 2332, an act increasing the age for determining statutory rape and other acts of sexual abuse and exploitation to protect children, amending for this purpose Act Number 3815 as amended, also known as the Revised Penal Code, Republic Act Number 8353, also known as the Anti-Rape Law of 1997, and Republic Act Number 7610, also known as the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act.
Roll call vote.
But you have to say you have
Yes, we just like to put on record, Mr. President, that all these measures, this is a omnibus motion or omnibus manifestation, Mr. President. All these measures were electronically distributed to the senators on September 22, 2021, complying with the 3-day rule of the Constitution.
roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, abstain. Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, yes. Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes na yes.
Senate President Soto III.
I wanted to say critical yes because of, I wanted the age. But nevertheless, yes.
Yes.
22 affirmative votes, no negative votes, 1 abstention. Senate Bill 2332 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to just say a few words?
Majority Leader, yes. Are we voting still on third reading? No.
Yes, sir. But I
Just to
believe he wants to
explain,
insert
Mr.
to the
President.
records.
All right, go ahead. Senator
Mr.
Benedict.
President, just to put on record that I am voting yes with reservation, strong reservation, but let me just insert for the record my explanation of vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. We place it on record.
Moving forward, Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2408. So move, Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 2407, an act amending, 2408, an act extending the registration of voters for the 2022 national and local elections. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes, I would like to explain my vote later, Mr. President.
Yes. Senator Binay.
Yes.
Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Yes. Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa.
Yes.
Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Ontiveros.
Aye.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Yes.
Senator Marcos.
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe.
Yes.
Senator Recto.
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Yes.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar.
Yes.
Senator Zubiri.
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes.
Mr. President, do we explain now or after all the voting?
Well, we would encourage that the explanation of the votes be done after all the third readings so that we can save time.
Will do, Mr. President.
Right. Thank you, Senator
Yes, no
Angara.
problem, Mr. President. Thank you.
With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstentions, Senate Bill 2408 is approved on third reading. We will reserve that Senator Angara be recognized after the third readings. All right, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2407. So move.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 2407, an act amending Section 27B of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes, yes.
Senator Binay.
Yes.
Senator Cayetano. Yes. Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa.
Yes.
Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Ontiveros.
Aye.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Yes.
Senator Marcos.
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao. Yes. Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III. Senator Poe.
Yes.
Senator Recto.
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Yes.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva. Senator Villar.
Yes.
Senator Zubiri.
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes.
Happy, sir.
23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. Senate Bill 2407 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much,
Leader.
Mr. President. Before I move to item number, Senator Ralph Recto, Mr. President.
Senator Recto, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. No, I'd just like to manifest that I would insert on the record my explanation of vote for the two bills that we passed on third reading. One is on the tax measure for the private schools, and the other is with regard to extending voter registration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Recto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we just like to, I almost forgot. I should have mentioned this in the start of the session. Last Saturday was the birthday of our distinguished colleague, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. Happy birthday po, Senator Bong Revilla. Happy
birthday.
47th birthday.
Senator Bong Revilla, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Senator
We
Bong.
are still waiting.
We still have 2 days left in session.
Yes.
Hindi yata nakikinig, Mr. President, sa atin. Sana narinig po ni Senator Bong Revilla yun. Anyway,
Happy Bong.
yes. Anyway, may kausap iba. Mr. President, so we'll just continue. Moving forward.
It's okay. His staff is listening. So
My staff is listening, yes. On your reminder. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2376. So moved.
any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of the measure on third reading. The Secretary will read the title of the measure. Conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 2376, an act strengthening professionalism and continuity of policies and modernization initiatives of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes. Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes. Yes.
yes, Senator Gordon,
Yes, sir.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Ano sasara?
yes, Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2376 approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2364.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the measure. Conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 2364, an act recognizing CCF Life Academy Foundation Incorporated as an educational institution of international character, granting certain prerogatives to hasten its growth as such and for other purposes. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos, yes, Senator Pacquiao, yes, Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
yes, Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. Senate Bill 2364 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I believe Senator Gatchalian and Senator Villanueva also would like to reserve after the voting
All
an
right.
explanation of their votes. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 9422. So moved.
The Secretary will read title of the measure. Conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 9422, an act granting Maynilad Water Services, Inc. a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain a waterworks system and sewerage and sanitation services in the West Zone service area of Metro Manila and province of Cavite. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye, and I will submit my explanation of vote in writing, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao. Huh?
Pacquiao.
Senat
Yes, no.
yes. Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9422 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 9423. So moved.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote if there's no objection.
House Bill number 9423, an act granting Manila Water Company, Inc. a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain the waterworks and sewerage system in the East Zone service area of Metro Manila and province of Rizal. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano. Yes.
Yes, no.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye, and I will also submit my explanation of vote in writing, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
yes, Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes. Yes.
yes, Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
yes, Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9423 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 8882. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8882, an act revising the charter of the City of Baguio. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes. Yes.
yes, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
House of Power.
yes, Senator Pangilinan,
Yes. To Baguio. Yes.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino,
Yes, Mr. President, will just submit my explanation of vote. Thank you.
Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto
Baguio.
III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8882 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading. By the way, congratulations to Baguio City on the charter amendment. Mr. President, I move to approve on third reading House Bill number 5644. So moved.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 5644, an act declaring the city of Karkar in the province of Cebu a heritage zone. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan,
Yes. Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, yes, Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 5644 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Move to approve on third reading as well, House Bill number 7927. So moved.
Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 7927, an act establishing a heritage zone within the municipality of San Vicente, province of Ilocos Sur. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes. Thank you.
Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 7927 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 9325. So moved.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote if there is no objection.
House Bill number 9325, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Cabayan, Bocod, and Bagias in the province of Benguet, in the municipality of Tinoc in the province of Ifugao, and in the municipality of Cayapa in the province of Nueva Vizcaya, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, NIPAS, to be referred to as the Mount Pulag Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9325 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading as well. House Bill number 9329. So moved.
Secretary will read title of the measure, conduct roll call vote.
House Bill number 9329, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Balbalan in the province of Kalinga, a protected area in the category protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, NIPAS, to be referred to as the Banao Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano. Yes.
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon. Yes. Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson,
Times two.
Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9329 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 9327.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 9327, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Gregorio del Pilar, Quirino, Sigay, Cervantes, and Suyo in the province of Ilocos Sur, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, NIPAS, to be referred to as the Tirad Path Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon. Yes. Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pangilinan,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9327 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to approve on third reading House Bill number 9206. So moved.
Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 9206, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the province of Pampanga, a protected area with the category protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, NIPAS, to be referred to as the Mount Arayat Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Yes. Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes. Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes.
huh? Yes. Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 9206 is approved on third reading.
President, finally, I move to approve a third reading House Bill number 9326.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 9326, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Naga and Cabasalan in the province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, NIPAS, to be referred to as the Naga Cabasalan Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating
Thank you.
funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid,
Yes.
Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao,
Yes.
yes, Senator Pangilinan,
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9326 is approved on third reading. We may now recognize Senator Sani Angara.
Yes. Both after Sani Angara, Mr. President, I believe also Senator Villanueva on Senate Bill number 2408.
All right. Senator Sani Angara is recognized to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Leader. This is on the bill to extend the registration of voters for next year's election. I just happened to speak to Chairman Abbas of the COMELEC, I think Thursday or Friday, after we had passed the bill on second reading. And he told me that mahirapan daw talaga ang COMELEC with the 1 month extension. And that I asked him what was the longest they could give it without para hindi maperwisyo po yung operations, yung ibang gagawin ng COMELEC. Sabi niya 1 week po. So I'd like to mention that maybe in case this goes to a BICAM, I realize there are no more amendments because we passed it on third reading. It's a yes or no vote, but perhaps that's something we can consider and we can work with the poll body going forward, Mr. President. I realize suffrage is the ultimate expression of our democracy, but we also have to think also, I guess, of some of the practicalities in this day. Chairman Abbas mentioned that in every municipality, they only have 2 workers, and pag tinatamaan daw sila ng COVID doon, marami na daw natamaan, and they are out for 14 days because the other co-worker also has to quarantine. So just something to consider, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. Majority
Mr. President.
Leader.
Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As earlier requested, I would just like to insert for the records my explanation of votes to third measures that we voted upon, Mr. President. But let me explain my vote on Senate Bill number 2407. This is the clarification of taxation of proprietary educational institutions. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, napakahalaga po ng trabaho na dapat nating unahing isalba ngayong may pandemya dahil nakasalalay po sa pagtutuloy ng edukasyon ang kabuhayan ng ating mga guro at non-teaching personnel. With the 25% corporate income tax that would have been imposed on proprietary educational institutions, many private school teachers would have lost their jobs to this taxation disaster. If the private schools would die, the job of educating our children could have been passed on to the public schools equally struggling with the effects of remote learning and school closures. Because of COVID-19, our private schools had to pour in investments in other learning modalities. Many institutions do their best to make both ends meet to minimize or avoid resorting to layoffs of teachers and non-teaching personnel. But unfortunately, we had casualties during the pandemic with a reported 867 learning institutions that had to close and discontinue their operations. 150% tax hike on proprietary educational institutions would have been the last of the punches they could take. Napakabigat po nito lalo na sa mga eskwelahang nabawasan ng mga estudyante o napilitan o mag-temporary closure, Mr. President. Kaya naman po, nagpapasalamat tayo sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado sa pangunguna ng ating sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, ating principal author, Senator Sani Angara, and of course, our Senate President, Majority Leader, in the leadership of the Senate. Sa pagkaklaro po ng Section 27, letter B, ng National Internal Revenue Code patungkol sa pagbubuwis ng ating mga pribadong paaralan. Dapat lamang po na mapakinabangan ng ating mga proprietary educational institutions ang 1% special corporate income tax na ating ibinigay sa panukalang Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives or for Enterprises Act o CREATE Law hanggang June 30, 2023. Muli po, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat. Pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Majority Leader. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just like to insert my explanation of vote on Senate Bill number 2332 and Senate Bill number 2376.
Be placed that on record. Majority Leader.
Are there anyone who wish to ask? Yes, may I recognize Senator Bong Revilla, our
Senator Bong
birthday boy, who did not listen to our manifestation earlier, to greet him happy birthday.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, hindi ko narinig yung pagbati niya. By the way, thank you very much, our colleagues. Salamat sa inyong pagbati. This is just a short manifestation, Mr. President. May I spread into the record my full support to the adoption of proposed Senate Resolution number 915, congratulating Jesus is Lord Church in celebrating its 43rd founding anniversary. As this August Chamber had passed similar resolution for the past 5 years, we are happy to again join the Jesus is Lord
adoption.
Church in
Senator Revilla,
can you hear me, Mr. President?
yes, we can hear you, but the bill that you're pertaining to,
I'm
resolution
sorry.
you're pertaining to has not been approved yet.
Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. Later na lang. Sorry.
All right.
No problem, Mr. President. Your reminder to the good gentleman who is celebrating his birthday, Mr. President.
Well, yes, he was not able to hear our
Yeah,
greetings. So
yeah.
it's okay if he doesn't, if he did not listen to our greetings. He should. The important thing is that yung parinig ang marinig niya.
Yung pakain.
Mr. President, darating po ang
Okay. Majority Leader. Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized. Senator Villar.
I just want to thank the senators for passing the 5 protected areas passing the 5 protected areas in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And also thank you for your 52nd wedding anniversary gift to my wife and I. Thank you.
Blow out, blow out.
You're
Sana all.
welcome.
Sabi ni Senator Villanueva, sana all daw, sana all.
Umabot ka muna ng 52 bago ka...
Edad ko muna yun, I'm 52. Can you imagine? You were married as long as I am alive.
Wedding.
I'm 52 years old. That means you've been married as long as
Oh, yeah.
the same length
As
of my
old
life.
as you.
As old as me.
Make sure, Senator Villanueva, you reach 50 with the same wife, ha? Baka 50 ka ng iba eh.
Mr. President.
Oh.
Yes.
Senator
Thank you.
Pangilinan.
Senator Pangilinan, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I just wish to manifest and relay to Senator Villar. We celebrated, Sharon and I, our 25th wedding anniversary last April. Thank you, Mr. President, for the record.
All right. Jordi Lina.
Thank you very much, President.
Magregalo ka.
Iba yung regalo sa 25, iba yung regalo sa 52. Yan. Bay, ano yan? Nag-iisip na si Senator Bato, ilang taon na sila kasal ni Ma'am Nan. Nag-iisip na siya. Anyway, Mr. President, other matters, and we'd like to thank also Senator Villar for passing.
For what? What?
For being born, ma'am, for being born.
For what? For what?
Oh, Mr. President, moving forward, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 643 and House Bill number 9458. This is the granting the night shift differential pay to government employees, including GOCCs.
All right, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the BICAM. Senator Bong Revilla as chairperson, and the members Senator Angara and Hontiveros for minority.
Mr. President, also I move to designate or proceed to designate the Senate President's men and women for the conferees of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2332 and House Bill number 7836. This is the increasing the age for determining statutory rate.
The following members are hereby designated as conferees for the BICAM Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2332. Senator Richard Gordon as chairperson, and members Zubiri, Angara, Lapid, and Hontiveros.
Thank you.
Jordi Lina.
Mr. President, we have two bicameral conference. May I just remind our colleagues, those who have passed their measures for third reading and have disagreeing provisions with the House, we only have 2 more days left. Please let us know who your designees who you designate as members of conferees. So during the break, you can still have your BICAM hearings. Or if possible, may pasa na para ma-ratify na po natin within the week. Mr. President, we have 2 bicameral conference committee reports. First, if permission of the gentleman, we'll do the ladies first. Lady first. And we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1373 and House Bill number 9943. This is prohibiting and declaring child marriage as illegal. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to give us the highlights of the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I have the distinct honor and privilege to submit to this chamber the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1373 and House Bill number 9943, or an act prohibiting the practice of child marriage. Mr. President, in the interest of time, I would like to move that the entire joint explanatory statement of the Bicameral Conference Committee be spread into the records. I note that there are no major differences between the Senate and the House versions. However, to give everyone a snapshot of this landmark legislation, the following are its salient points. Firstly, This bill imposes penalties on specific acts, such as the facilitation of child marriage, the solemnization of child marriage, and the cohabitation of an adult with a child outside wedlock. It also declares that these prohibited acts are public crimes and may be initiated by any concerned individuals. Secondly, this bill mandates government agencies to be led by the Department of Social Welfare and Development to create an enabling social environment to reinforce the prohibition on child marriage, to extend services to victims of child marriage and their offspring, and to provide child-centered and culturally sensitive information dissemination programs to advance the objectives of this bill. Thirdly, this bill establishes a transition period whereby the penalty clauses shall be suspended for a period of 1 year, and the National Commission for Muslim Filipinos and the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples shall undertake measures to assure full compliance with this act. In closing, Mr. President, I would like to speak to the issue of the tensions between respect for our cultural differences and the primacy of the best interests of the child. Alam ko po, hindi po madali ang magsabatas ng isang polisiya na sinisikap baguhin ang produkto ng kultura at ng relihiyon. But it is not a reason not to keep on trying. The evidence against child marriage and its effects on children is clear and compelling. Children, particularly girls who marry early, have higher health risks and they find themselves saddled with multiple pregnancies. Hindi na sila nakakapag-aral dahil buntis na lang ng buntis. Lalong lumalala ang kahirapan para sa kanila at kanilang pamilya. Vulnerable din sila sa abuso. Wala nang kalaban-laban sa buhay. This is the reason why, in fact, many predominantly Muslim countries now prohibit by legislation child marriage, like Indonesia, the largest Muslim nation in the world, and Bangladesh, which has the second highest absolute number of child marriages of 4,382,000 in 2019. As the Al-Mujadila Development Foundation poignantly puts it, it is time to give girls back their childhood. Let children be children. Marami pong salamat, Mr. President, mga ginagalang kong mga kasama.
Thank you. Majority Leader, what do you say?
I move that we adopt, Mr. President, ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1373 and House Bill number 9943. Let the text of joint explanation be inserted to the records of the chamber. And congratulations to the sponsor, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros. Congratulations.
Senator,
We recognize Senator Cayetano.
Senator Coco Pimentel, who is on the floor, was seeking the floor earlier.
Yes,
Senator Pimentel, go ahead.
to make of record that I'm abstaining in the vote for the bicameral conference committee report, Mr. President.
So recorded. Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to commend our sponsor, Senator Risa Hontiveros, for a job well done. I know that this was not an easy bill. I understand the issues on cultural differences. And I have to say, with all due respect to all those who come from different cultural backgrounds, different religions in our country, that all we want to do is to protect the rights of our children. And it is very difficult. This bill, there was no bill to be, from what I recall, there was no such bill when I was the chair of the Committee on Women and Children. There were discussions, and I recall asking the women who came. There were learned women, women with PhDs, very strong women and children advocates that came from different cultures, and I had asked them to take the lead also within their own cultures, to start these discussions, because we always respect the different cultural beliefs that we have, religious and cultural beliefs that we have. And maganda rin yung nanggagaling din sa kanila, di ba, na their own mothers, the own women in their societies understand and want to have laws that would protect their children. So I'm also a believer that there is the right time for various advocacies that we have, and obviously this day has come for a law that would set the minimum standard for children. So I do thank Her Honor and congratulate her for passing this bill. I think, and I'm sorry if I can't recall exactly, but I think sometime last year that Her Honor sponsored this, no, at the beginning of the pandemic, right? And I don't even recall if I was able to participate. That's why I'm making known my support at this point. And if I am not an author, I don't even know if it's too late to be asked to be a co-author. But in any case, I'm making my support known, Mr. President. Thank you once again.
Yes, who else? Well, that's it. Majority Leader, any
Yeah, we move to adopt.
any objection? Hearing none. The Bicameral Conference Committee report is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the earlier designation of BICAM committee members, particularly on the statutory rape proposal measure, Mr. President, Senator Gordon has requested me to co-chair the panel as he also is very busy with the Blue Ribbon investigation.
Well, you were designated by the
I was
chairman,
designated
therefore it
by
is
the chairperson.
carried into
Yes.
the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the record. Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2214 and House Bill number 10121. This is the resetting of the first regular elections of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. May we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, to give us the highlights of the bicameral committee.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as a result of the bicameral conference on the resetting of the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao conducted last 21 September 2021, I have the honor to submit or to have this inserted into the records, the copy of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2214 entitled An Act Resetting the First Regular Elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Section 13, Article 16 of Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao and for other purposes, and the certified, belatedly certified House Bill 10121, entitled An Act Resetting the First Regular Elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Section 13 of Article 16 of Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Also submitted, Mr. President, and I will have this inserted in the records, is a joint explanation on the disagreeing provisions of the two versions of the bill, which shall likewise serve as my sponsorship speech, Mr. President. The reconciled version of the bills recognize two important considerations. One, the constitutionally granted power of the President to appoint. And two, the right of our brothers and sisters in the Bangsamoro region to have competent and reliable leaders. In 2011, Republic Act 10153 was passed into law, mandating the synchronization of the elections in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao with the national and local elections. One of the provisions of the said law granted the President the authority to appoint officers in charge for the office of the regional governor, regional vice governor, and members of the regional legislative assembly. Section 2 of RA 10153 provides, and I quote, appointment of the office of officers in charge. The President shall appoint officers in charge for the office of the regional governor, regional vice governor, and members of the regional legislative assembly who shall perform the functions pertaining to said offices until the officials duly elected in the May 2013 election shall have qualified and assume office. Thereafter, Mr. President, several cases emanating from the Supreme Court affirmed, confirmed, validated the aforesaid provision. Hence, Mr. President, in reconciling the disagreeing provisions of the Senate Bill 2214 and House Bill 10121. The conferees of the bicameral committee ensured the passage of legislative measure will not unduly curtail the constitutional power of the President to appoint. The non-curtailment of the President's appointing power is just one of the two most important considerations in coming up with the final draft of the reconciled measure. As emphasized during the joint conference meeting held last week, the reconciled version will give the President the authority to appoint competent leaders who will continue, lead, and finish the transition period in the BARM. The necessity for appointing competent and accountable leaders cannot be delayed, especially during these pandemic times. During the Senate deliberations on Senate Bill 2214, we also uncovered delays in the fulfillment of some of the mandates under the Bangsamoro Organic Act. Hence, the reconciled provision will expedite the rollout of development and recovery efforts in the region through the effective leadership of competent, accountable, and reliable officials in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Our brothers and sisters in the BARM region should not wait until June 2022 to have their leaders they truly deserve. With this regard, Mr. President, I hereby move for the adoption of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2214 and House Bill 10121 on the resetting of the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor, what does the Senator Frank Drilon is recognized? Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor of the BICAM report yield the floor to a couple of clarificatory?
Willingly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, we note that the BICAM version, bicameral committee version, is basically the same as that of the House version and the Senate and the Senate committee version that was presented in plenary to the in the Senate. Is that a correct understanding, sir?
With all due respect, with all politeness, Mr. President, that's partially correct, Mr. President. But we note that there are differences, likewise, Mr. President, and the Senate contingent was not intransigent. The same is true, can be said of the House contingent. A compromise measure evolved and was unanimously adopted, Mr. President. So it's not correct to say that we just adopted the House version. Though the House version, Mr. President, was certified by Malacanang, Mr. President. If the good minority leader will allow me later on to explicate the differences, I will do so, Mr. President.
Well, the fact that the President certified the House version is of no moment to this representation. We are an independent body. We act on the basis of the collective judgment of 24 senators, and that's why I am raising these issues. The gentleman said that there are differences, but just to avoid a very lengthy debate, I take note of the sponsor's statement that the constitutionally granted power of the President to appoint will not be curtailed by this bill or by this law. I repeat, I note I note the statement of the good gentleman that the bicameral conference committee report does not impair the constitutionally granted power of the President to appoint. Would you confirm that?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Now, during the debates on the committee report in the Senate, let me quote the good sponsor when he said, quote, Mr. President, even without the enactment of this law, the President is authorized to appoint, comma, to remove the incumbent BTA members, comma, even without an enabling law. And when we find it in the Supreme Court, we find it in several Supreme Court decisions, and I cite the Velicaria Garafil versus Office of the President, GR number 203372, June 16, 2015, and even the Constitution itself, Article 7, Section 16, and I quote, the President shall appoint all other officers of the government whose appointments are not provided by law, and those whom as he may be authorized by law. So, even without this mandatory law, the President can cut short the appointment, the tenure of the BTA members, can change, overhaul the Parliament, even without this law. Would the gentleman reconfirm the validity of this position taken by the good chairman as being applicable to the final version of the bicameral conference committee report, consistent with his statement that the power of the president, the constitutionally granted power of the president to appoint, will not be curtailed by this law?
Mr. President, I don't have here the copy of the transcripts, but can the good minority leader repeat the last phrase? Would that conflict? I probably missed that last sentence, Mr. President.
The last sentence reads, so even without this mandatory law, the president can cut short the appointment, the tenure of the BTA members, comma, can change, comma, overhaul the Parliament, comma, even without this law, end of quote.
Yes, Mr. President, I confirm that in essence, the gist of that parliamentary engagement would encapsulate the statement made by the minority leader a while ago.
So that this statement and opinion expressed by the good sponsor can be considered as an interpretation of the provision appearing in the bicameral conference committee report.
Mr. President, as an extemporaneous statement made during the Senate plenary deliberations, and if the implication being suggested by the minority leader is I carry with me during the plenary debates all discussions pronounced as a sponsor in the bicameral conference committee meeting, that probably is the case. But there are rulings to the effect, Mr. President, and I cite Tolentino, that perhaps, and I underscore perhaps, that when you go into a bicameral and the minority leader is more experienced in this, you are on a tabula rasa, Mr. President. You start on a clean slate, but you carry the sentiments of your contingent, Mr. President. So I don't know how to reconcile those statements, but my understanding of the Constitution is what the good minority leader just rephrased coming from my statements given during the plenary debates, Mr. President.
But just, okay, I'm sorry, I could not totally grasp what the gentleman said on the record, but just to repeat for emphasis, the right of the president to exercise his constitutionally granted power to appoint will not be curtailed by the way the bicameral conference committee report is drafted. Is that
Yes, Mr. President, because we limited ourselves, the committee limited, had a reconciled version, which just stated, and if I may be allowed to quote, provided, however, that the president may appoint the 80 new interim members of the BTA, and so on and so forth. It just mentioned the president. There never was an adjective that would refer to a future president, a past president, as the Constitution is clear, speaking of a president, it refers to the sitting president. And there is only one president. And if you measure this with the continuity of the office, we're referring, Mr. President, to the incumbent office holder, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, I regret that I really could not understand what the gentleman is saying. I'm just trying to make it clear. But anyway, to make to clarify once and for all what exactly does this mean, I'll give a specific example, and I would like to get the reaction of the good sponsor. The incumbent president, meaning President Duterte, after the passage of this law, appoints a new member of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority on December 1 of this year, replacing an incumbent member of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Would the gentleman agree with the view that the appointment made by President Duterte on December 1 under this law is valid?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. And it is valid because the replaced incumbent PTA member does not enjoy security of tenure. Would the gentleman agree with that?
Yes, Mr. President. And the existing BOL provides for the non-security of tenure.
Okay, fine. Come July 1, 2020, can the new president remove all the members of the BTA?
Mr. President, I'll be inclined to opine that the newly elected president can likewise make an appointment, Mr. President, because that power is lodged with him under Article 7, Section 15 of our Constitution, Mr. President.
That's
so
right.
it confirms my earlier statement that we speak of the president.
Okay, so that I agree, so that I'm glad to hear that position, so that the new Bangsamoro Transition Authority member that the incumbent president may have appointed or would have appointed on December 1, 2021 can be replaced by the new president on July 1, effective July 1, 2022.
Subject, of course, Mr. President, to the requirements of the Bangsamoro Organic Law that 41% would be coming from the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, together with the Moro National Liberation Front, and the other sectors to be represented, Mr. President.
Assuming that that is complied with, the replacement that the new president would make would be a valid appointment.
Can we have that again, Mr. President?
Assuming that all those other conditions mentioned by the good sponsor, that the proportion is maintained, etc., assuming that the appointment is consistent with those conditions, the new appointment on, let's say, on July 1, 2022, by the new president can replace the one appointed by the incumbent president on December 1, 2001, in my example.
Mr. President, to mirror image the discussions during that bicameral conference committee, the reason why the incumbent president is allowed now is because there is a sense of indirection insofar as the members of that region are concerned, that some are not performers, some are not performing. That's why there was this delay that caused the non-passage of the Bangsamoro Electoral Code, with due respect to them, and probably the delayed transition, the delayed decommissioning process, etc., etc. So there is as part of the records, the reason for this is that there should be cause, Mr. President. So right now, the appointing authority, while hinged on a constitutional provision, would necessitate a cause. That probably would be reflective or needed, likewise, for a future president to appoint. There should be a valid cause for removal, Mr. President. That's what came from the bicameral conference committee meeting, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with all due respect, that clause with cause is not found in the present provision.
Mr. President, I mentioned that was what was reflected during the conference committee meeting. So I'm just reiterating what came from the members of the House, the sentiments of our other colleagues, and what came from the members of the House probably would have more local validity since they came from the areas of Maguindanao, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, etc., Mr. President. So I'm just reiterating what transpired.
Can I have a clear statement on the record that, okay, in the example I gave, the incumbent president appoints a BTA member effective December 1, 2021, assuming that the law is valid at that point. That appointee can be changed effective July 1, 2022 by the new president, given the fact that repeatedly the gentleman said this provision will not curtail the constitutionally granted power to appoint of the president. That phrase with cause is not found in the bicameral conference committee report. So that is why I am trying to locate exactly the description of the power of the president. Can we just have one answer? Example, can the newly elected president on July 1, 2022 replace the BTA member appointed on December 1, 2021 because according to all the previous statements of the good gentleman, there is nothing here that curtails the power of the president. And moreover, just a while ago, the good gentleman said that the replacement on December 1, 2021, in the example I gave, is valid because the replaced incumbent member did not enjoy security of tenure. So that is why the question, the logical follow-up is that the next president can appoint, can replace this BTA member appointed on December 1, 2021.
Yes, Mr. President, I understand that this deliberation will form part of the records. And in terms of statutory construction, whoever will raise this case before the High Tribunal will allow us to be quoted, etc., etc. But, Mr. President, I agree that the President will have the authority to appoint. And, Mr. President, there is one word that we should be that should be noted in the reconciled version, and it is the word may, Mr. President. Provided, however, that the President may appoint 80 new interim members. In the House version, the President shall appoint 80 new members. In the Senate version, the President shall appoint 80 new members. The reason why we adopted and we agreed upon the word may is it involves presidential discretion, Mr. President. This is not mandatory because, as I mentioned a while ago, there may be non-performers who may be replaced tomorrow or next week and the president will have the legal cover even if there is a constitutional provision granting him the authority. He now has the discretionary power to remove some who are considered non-performers. And Mr. President, going to the question of the minority leader, in the future, the president may also appoint, Mr. President. So this is part of the recognition by the Congress of that broad discretionary executive powers, Mr. President, granted to the chief executive, that he may appoint. He may appoint tomorrow, he may appoint next week, next month, but subject again to certain limitations like Section 16. This has something to do with the midnight appointments clause provision of the Constitution. He may not appoint within 2 months prior to the end of his term. So these are all interrelated, Mr. President. But to answer your question, I answered the same in the affirmative.
You answered the same in the affirmative, so that the BTA member appointed by President Duterte under this law on December 1, 2021 can be replaced by the next president effective July 1, 2022, if as the next president would have that discretionary power that he can exercise in replacing any and all members of the BTA, assuming that he complies with all the other conditions, as this is in recognition of the fact that this law does not curtail the constitutionally granted power to appoint. If the gentleman can answer yes or no, because these are I'm trying to make myself as clear as possible so that we can reflect the intention in the law of the bill of the Senate of Congress. I mean, we can end this debate and proceed to the voting on the BICAM report.
Yes, Mr. President, I repeated the word.
All I'm asking from the Senate, from the sponsor is my statement correct?
Your statement, Mr. President, was answered in the affirmative. But one last clarificatory phrase, Mr. President. What we extended here, as called from the plenary deliberations, was the term of the BTA, the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. We extended that vehicle's right to exist. But the occupants of the vehicle, they can be subjected to the presidential discretionary authority to be reappointed, replaced, or appointed again, Mr. President. So my answer is yes. I think I'm very clear with that proposition, Mr. President.
Yes, I may not be as learned as the good gentleman, but all I'm trying to do is to try to make sure that the intention of the Congress in enacting this bill is as we have interpreted, and that the interpretation is that the power of the president to appoint a constitutionally granted and recognized power will not be curtailed by the way this bill is crafted. And since that is accepted after so much debate, I will leave it at that, Mr. President.
All right.
The gentleman is again going to qualify the answer with all kinds of qualifications.
No, Mr. President, Mr. President, I agree that our perspectives might be different, but our goals are shared, Mr. President. We want peace, progress, and development in the Bangsamoro region.
Sabi na lang na oo, yung bagong presidente ay pwedeng mag-appoint ng bagong PTA pagdating ng panahon. Yun lang naman ang hinihingi ko eh.
Yes, I answered that repeatedly in the affirmative, Mr. President.
Except you've made so many qualifications.
Okay.
Anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, the Minority Leader. Before I recognize Senator Marcos, just for my clarification, no? And I I keep on hearing the date, December 31, 2021.
No,
Why?
no. It's
Aren't we postponing the elections of May 2022?
It never came from me, Mr. President.
Ah.
That was just probably an example.
All right, so we're postponing the elections of May 2022 in the BARM, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, so if ever there is any, what do you call this, extension by the incumbent members, it will be from May to June 30. Correct?
Mr. President, the extension envisioned here is
No, not an extension. We're giving the power to the president to appoint
yes, Mr. President.
new
But-
members for after May 9, 2022. No, after, right, May 9, 2022, because they're still officers from
Yes,
that
Mr.
time.
President. I answered that in the affirmative.
Correct, no?
But the
So,
incumbent president can do his replacement now for the non-performers, Mr. President.
because of the previous law,
Yes, the existing
not because of what we are passing.
yes, Mr. President.
Ano? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I wanted to clarify that Senator Dillon, yes, the minority leader.
Again, I hear that phrase, non-performing. Those who are not performing, they can be replaced. Those who are performing, can they be replaced or not?
I would surmise, Mr. President, that no presidential discretion would go against the tide of logic and reason, because most of these are political now, Mr. President. The majority leader can confirm that this came from extensive discussion.
Yes, Mr. President, just on that point, I wish to spread into the record to inform the good sponsor that this representation invested so much money, so much time and effort in crafting this law as could be confirmed by the majority leader. But again, very simple question. The president exercises full discretion to appoint and dismiss members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority until 2025, whether the incumbent president or the president to be elected in May of 2022, regardless of whether there is cause or not.
As the principal author of the existing law, I cannot rebut, Mr. President. So I agree, but that
We just have an answer, yes or no.
conditionally hinged on existing constitutional provisions, Mr. President.
So what is the existing constitutional
Existing constitutional provisions that the president has the authority. Existing constitutional provisions on the right of persons to have due process of law. Existing constitutional provisions on the prohibition on the president to appoint within 2 months before the end of his term, Mr. President.
Okay, I will carry the question of the minority leader to its logical conclusion. Ito, now, if we do not pass a law, if we do not suspend the elections, can the president appoint or replace the present members?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, all right. So whether they are performing or not, they can be replaced by the president because of the previous law. Tama ba?
Correct, Mr.
O
President.
yun.
Yeah. So
I
that
think that was the question of the minority leader. Oh.
pursuing that point, very good point of the Senate President, on July 1, 2022, under the president, that new president can appoint, can dismiss.
Correct.
Is that correct,
Yes.
Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, I answered that, Mr. President.
Yes.
But you keep on answering and having so many qualifications. That's why we keep on going back. If you just make a plain and simple answer, which an ordinary intelligent, my ordinary intelligence will understand, maybe we will have less of a debate. But anyway, that's already established of record.
Okay, yeah, I think it's established. The answer is yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Senator Marcos is recognized, and Amy Marcos.
Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. President. And if the minority leader is done, may I simply manifest and clarify that I share Senator Drilon's anxiety regarding the tenure or term of office of the appointees to the BTA. A close reading of Section 2 of the measure provides that the President may appoint the 18 new interim members of the BTA who shall serve up to June 30, 2025, or until their successors are elected or qualified, indicating a fixed tenure or term of office. It is also in compliance with the general purpose of the BARM law to avoid undue interference in the autonomy that has been endowed and also to provide political stability. On another point, the proviso using may appoint instead of shall appoint, does it mean that it's not mandatory for the president to issue a new appointment for new interim members of the BTA? If no new appointment is issued by the president, does it mean that the existing members of the BTA are deemed reappointed to serve until June 30, 2025? May appoint creates the confusion and uncertainty that we seek to avoid, especially in the bar where political stability and the building of trust and confidence in its leaders is still on a very long road. The appointment or reappointment of new members should be pursued immediately after the passage of this act so they can proceed with their work without worry of reappointment or change at a later date. The proviso as it reads may be interpreted that until and unless the president makes the appointments or reappointments, which gives them a term till 2025, this is my position, there is always the possibility that the president may exercise the power to appoint at some uncertain, unknown later date up to the end of his term. We should avoid any notion of unreasonable interference in BARM autonomy by mandating the issuance of new appointments or reappointments immediately. I therefore move that the may appearing before the word appoint in Section 2, line 4 should be changed to shall, so that we are provided a specific date within which the president will exercise.
Ratified na.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's a BICAM report. We cannot amend it anymore.
Yes, I'm merely making a manifestation. I'm aware that amendments can no longer be made. I'm just manifesting my objection to the use of the word may rather than shall, and expressing my opinion that in fact appointees have a fixed term. Either the date indicated, which is June 30, 2025, or as line 4 states, upon election. Thank you.
I must have misheard you because I thought you said move to.
Yes.
I moved to replace, something like that, but I must have misheard you. Anyway, so Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I did enjoy, thank you very much, Mr. President. I did enjoy the exchange between Senator Drilon and our distinguished chairperson, the Sultan of Maguindanao, Sultan Stol Tolentino. And I concur. If the appointing authority is the president, Mr. President, he may appoint now, but the new president may also replace the members of the BTA. So, because it's not a fixed term, we did not put a fixed term, Mr. President, on the members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. So, with that, Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2214 and House Bill number 10121, and ask that, and let the text of the, oh, Senator Gordon's facing it. May we recognize Senator Gordon, Mr. President?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I
Senator Gordon, go ahead.
follow the discussion. Am I to now say that the president can appoint now, but the new president-elect can change the composition when he takes over in July 2022? Are we not putting the country into a very uncomfortable position or a very, very dangerous position where you're going to have people appointed and then all of a sudden they're going to be disappointed by the new president-elect. And that means that there will be tensions once again. Let us tarry a little before we vote on this because, you know, while it is true that the president, you know, it's we have to be careful. There's been a lot of conflict in that area. And when we make a decision, correct me if I'm wrong, am I mistaking it? Or would that be a possible scenario? Somebody please enlighten me.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may have a quick reply, there are conditionalities that would impinge on any appointment, and that is enshrined in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. 41% should come from the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, and the rest would be coming from the other sectors, the IPs, the Christian settlers, etc., etc. So the 41%, the majority is 41 seats for the BTA would remain as part of the provision and would be respected, should be respected by whomsoever would be the president, Mr. President.
But you know, Your Honor, the nature of the Filipino character, whether Muslim or Christian, once he gets an appointment and he is removed, there is a matter of face right away. The first thing that comes in is face. Tinatanggal sila. And then all of a sudden, some people can make that into another cause, cause for misunderstanding and even war. I just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing by our country. Because if that happens, then all our efforts here will be for naught. I don't know how this happened. How can this happen?
Mr. President, yes,
yes,
with the permission of my ninong, Senator Gordon.
Yes,
Yeah.
Senator Zubiri.
Just for to clear the air, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which Senator Gordon was one of the co-sponsors and co-authors and helped me pass in the last 17th Congress, we have provision there which really identifies the members of the BTA. Written in stone na po yan. That cannot be amended by this extension bill. And under that law, Mr. President, out of the 80 members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, 41 will be chosen by the MILF. So regardless of who president sits, whether it's this existing president or the next president, they will have to respect the list of the 41 members of the MILF, which complies with our peace process. So wala po tayong gulo with the MILF. We will not violate any portions of the peace agreement that we've signed with them, and under of course, the sections of the law will be complied. The other 39 will be subdivided nga equally to particular areas, as well as kasama dapat dyan, may percentage, may number din nakalagay, hindi ko lang, I don't memorize at this point in time, the numbers for the IPs, indigenous peoples, the settlers, the Christian settlers, yes, and others, no, others. So pati women and youth kasama sila dun, Mr. President. So if the good gentleman is worried about the compliance to the peace agreement, if we follow whoever president who will appoint will have to follow the law, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which clearly defines the allocation to the MILF, which complies with the peace agreement, Mr. President. So hindi po worried yung MILF kasi under the law that will be followed, they will be still represented as a majority members of the BTA, Mr. President.
Just one question, Mr. President. That is if the MILF stands by their, the word of the MILF is law insofar as the appointments are concerned. Supposing their individual ambitions have been spurned by this. In other words, what I'm asking is, sinasabi nyo, MILF, so long as the MILF composition is okay. But supposing the president changes that composition and appoints still another set of MILF, would there be trouble with that?
The list will come from them, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. President, the list will come from the MILF and the MNLF. I'm sorry, I apologize, I did not include the MNLF. The list will be coming from the organization. So if Chairman Murad, who's the head of the MILF, will give the list, our Chief Minister, ayun po ang ide-designate ng ating Presidente, whether it is now or later.
Distinguished Majority Floor Leader, I just want to be sure na we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Now, if the President decides to change certain personalities in that recommendation by the MILF or the MNLF, would there be some problem? Would there be a crimp? Would there be a hiccup? Would there be a major pneumonia that might occur, which will create a problem for everybody? If you can assure, and I don't know whether you can assure that, because when push comes to shove at the proper time, baka mamaya may aangal, hindi kami yan, ganun mangyayari dyan. I just want to be assured that that's not going to happen. Otherwise, I'll have to abstain in this vote, Mr. President, because I don't want to be part of a situation where there are cracks in the very vision that you, Your Honor, the Majority Floor Leader, when we both sponsored this, and that it will not be thwarted by individualities that can occur when a departing president appoints some people and the incoming president does not agree with those composition, albeit they will still be part of the MILF or the MNLF. Basta wala lang magulo, that will be fine with me, Mr. President.
Yes, I would believe so, Mr. President. I'm always looking at the optimistic side of things. And the law is very clear, the BOL, on the composition of the BTA. We cannot veer away from that, Mr. President, or else it's a violation of the law. Because the extension is it's a very simple extension. So I can assure my good colleague that we would be one if they go and violate the BOL in terms of the appointments of these individuals by, let's say, the new president or the existing president. I will be one with him that will point out to the leadership that it's a violation of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So I don't think they would violate the law, Mr.
One
President.
final question then, sir. Is the MI11 and the MNLF aware of this and that this possibility can happen and they're still on board, Mr. President?
Yes, I will ask the good gentleman because he's always in contact, the sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, they are involved, Mr. President.
They're aware
Yes.
of all the ramifications that can happen.
Yes, Mr. President, they are aware.
All right. I still am very concerned about it, but anyway, I almost want to abstain from the vote, but if that's going to delay the peace in the area, I will change my vote, Mr. President.
There is a sore thumb sticking out, gentlemen, Your Honors, ladies. The proviso on Section 2, we have to clarify in the BICAM report. The proviso says, provided, however, that the President may appoint the 80 new interim members of the BTA who shall serve up to June 30, 2025, or until their successors shall have been elected and qualified. This is the cup half full or half empty, because it could mean also that after June 30, 2025, wala pang nai-elect, holdover pa rin sila, ang sinasabi nito. And then the other side of the cup is elected and qualified. Walang sinasabing until successors have been elected and qualified. Walang sinasabi na pag pinalitan ng presidente. Now, if the president approves or adopts or appoints two or a certain number of appointees after the new president, July 1, 2022, parang yung hinahanap ni Minority Leader, wala dito.
Mr. President, the phrase "until their successors have been elected" came from the Senate version. The Senate version speaks of "until the successors shall have been elected." The House version, on the other hand, speaks of "where duly elected officials shall have qualified and assumed office." So the implication here is that it refers to an election conducted in 2025 involving the first regular elections of the Bangsamoro, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Marcos.
Yes, your understanding, Mr. President, unfortunately is the same as mine, and it is quite unequivocal that the term of the new appointees shall be until 2025 or the election. There are no grounds for removal and no reference to non-performance, cause, or other such reasons for a change in these appointees by a future administration. Thank you.
So,
Yes.
Minority Leader.
Well, Mr. President, in view of these reservations made by this no less than the Senate President and supported also by Senator Marcos, will the chamber consider returning the bicameral conference committee report to the bicameral conference committee for clarification?
Mr. President, we have 72 hours before the filing of the certificate of candidacy. And our constitutional goal here, Mr. President, is to provide certainty amidst these confusing times. That area, just like ours, is facing great challenges, pandemic, the peace process, non-release of funds in certain aspects. So, Mr. President, I think it would be difficult for us to, as the House already ratified the bicameral conference committee report, for us to provide confusion once again. Perhaps, Mr. President, by approving this, we provide clarity. Okay, you go extended. Okay, you go till May 2025. And the clarified roles _S of the current president and the putative president are recognized, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I go for clarity, certainty, and amidst this looming crisis, if we return this to another conference committee, because it's now just 72 hours before they file their certificates of candidacy. Mr. President, we're bound by time. We're bound by the history of the place. We're bound by our commitment to uphold peace, Mr. President.
Yes.
I move that we adopt and ratify so that we can take up the GIL resolution. Para masaya naman.
Yeah.
Praise God naman tayo after this.
Minority Leader.
Yes, you know, this is not the first time that this happened. A few weeks back, we were confronted by the same situation where the bicameral committee report reflected the exact opposite of what the Senate version was all about. And this is the arming of the firemen under the Bureau of Fire Protection Modernization Bill. And it had to go back and forth because what was approved in the bicameral conference committee and reported to the Senate was exactly a version which the Senate rejected. And in complete disregard of that rejection by the Senate of the initial of the rule that armed forces that the firemen should not be armed, the BICAM report came back with a provision that sought to arm every fireman. So that was why there was a voting, and it was returned to the BICAM report, even if the House had already ratified the BICAM report. I guess what this tells us is the Senate President has been here longer than we. In all of these things, and we have gone through many laws of this nature, we always try to consult. We consult with everyone, especially to those who are deeply involved in the crafting of the law. Kasi kukunti lang tayo rito eh. Ha? Pag papalitan mo yung na-approve ng Senado, the better process, without giving up your prerogative as a majority, is to consult everybody so that you'll not have problems when the BICAM report is presented. Well, I will charge that to experience for Senator, the good sponsor, but let me put on the record, and as will be confirmed by the Senate President, in our long years here in the Senate, we always try to go by consensus. If we cannot go by consensus, then we vote. But we do not vote as a first process, a first means of resolving everything. Eh, kung nagkonsultahan lang ba, hindi aabot sa ganitong diskusyon. Eh. Yun po, but nevertheless, I'm glad that the good sponsor has recently
72 hours.
accepted the proposition that indeed the president can appoint members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority in recognition of the constitutional power of the president to appoint, which I would repeat, will not be curtailed by this bill. So with that spread into the record, I'm ready to vote, Mr. President. Kaysa ibalik na naman natin sa BICAM, baka po yung ating majority leader magbibigti na kung hindi natin maipasa ito.
Oo nga po. And I stand with the minority floor leader, Mr. President. I absolutely agree with him. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been around for a long time, right, helping write laws. The appointing authority is indeed in the power of the president. The authority is with the president. So definitely, if the new president, and we've seen it before with new administrations, when they sit down, it happened with the NCMF, the National Commission for Muslim Filipinos, that was supposed to have a fixed term, but the new president had removed the NCMF officials. There was a court, they took it to court, but the court has decided that the appointing authority is the president. And it's been done before. I know that because we created the National Commission for Muslim Filipinos, the NCMF. So when they took out the one that was appointed by former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, was appointed 6 months before the end of her term, when the new president, which is President Benigno Aquino, came into power, they replaced the NCMF and other members that were appointed 1 year into their term. So it's possible the appointing authority, Mr. President, is with the president. So that is, for me, I agree with the minority floor leader on that point. So may we act on it, Mr. President?
Yes. So the motion of the majority leader is to adopt the bicameral conference committee report.
Mr. President.
Any objection? Senator Recto is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just vote no to the committee report. Just to be consistent, I voted also against this measure. I'm against postponing elections. Every time we had a vote on postponing elections, I was always against it. So the same will apply in this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Same with this representation, Mr. President. For consistency, I vote no.
All right. Any other negative vote? The minority leader is recognized.
Just a qualification. I vote yes with the understanding that this provision is interpreted in the manner that would recognize the constitutionally granted power of the president to replace anybody anytime, to replace any member of the BTA anytime until a new set is elected in May of 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My vote should be understood with that qualification. Thank you, sir.
Yes, the presiding officer manifests the same. I concur with what the minority leader said. The vote is yes, but making sure that the manifestation is that the new president may appoint. That is the interpretation of the framers of this law. Right? The minority, the Senator Amy Marcos is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. I voted to abstain during the third reading of the bill, seeking to postpone the elections for reasons I extensively argued during the period of the calculations. But the Senate by majority vote determined to postpone the scheduled elections. And that being the case, the only disagreeing provisions between the Senate and House versions is the former mandates that the President shall elect versus the latter, which mandates that upon approval of the act, the incumbent will appoint 80 members. The House version prevailed during the BICAM and is now presented to us to decide. I voted yes to adopt the bicameral conference, and I vote yes now to adopt the bicameral conference report, because the issue is no longer the postponement of the elections, but rather the appointment of the members of the BTA. I vote yes because I believe that giving the authority to the next president of the republic to appoint the new members of the BTA may simply create more uncertainty and confusion in the meantime. And since Congress has already voted to extend the BTA, we should not therefore delay the appointment or reappointment of the members of the BTA so that they can proceed with work without concern or worry. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, the manifestations are clear.
There's two more,
Senator
Mr. President.
Gordon and Senator
Senator Gordon,
Pangilinan.
sir.
Senator Gordon, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I would like to vote yes, but I associate with the vote the reservations of the Senate President and the Minority Floor Lead to be sure that we're clear on the matter. In case there's future understanding, I'd like to be able to defend myself on my vote. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. President. Likewise, this representation will vote yes to the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report. But I do so with, likewise, I associate myself with the manifestations of the Minority Leader, the Senate President, and Senator Gordon, that this does not in any way undermine the power of the President, the next President in particular, to make the necessary appointments at that time, Mr. President. Thank you, and all the best.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, very short.
Senator Villanueva.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is just to spread into the records that I am voting yes. And I would like to also be associated with the sentiments of my distinguished colleagues, our Minority Floor Leader, our Senate President, Senator Gordon, Senator Pangilinan. And may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to just submit to the records, Mr. President, my explanation of vote. Thank you.
All right, any other manifestation? Hearing none. The Bicameral Conference Committee report with 2 negative votes is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much to my dear colleagues on this.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Landmark measure. Congratulations to the chairperson. Mr. President, moving forward, we have just a few resolutions to adopt, which are quite important. I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 915, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
We'd like to ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice to inserting into the records the text of said resolution.
Resolution recognizing and congratulating Jesus is Lord Church for celebrating its 43rd founding anniversary on October 23, 2021.
Mr. President, may we recognize the author and sponsor of this measure, Senator Sonny Angara.
Senator Sonny Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished Majority Leader, and dear colleagues. Masaya po akong tumatayo ngayon para ma-sponsor ang resolusyon na ito bilang pagkilala at pagbati sa Jesus is Lord Church sa okasyon ng kanilang 43rd foundation anniversary na gaganapin on October 23, 2021. Taon-taon po natin isinusulong ang resolusyon na ito para itanghal ang ating paghanga para sa JIL at sa kanyang founder na si Deputy Speaker Brother Eddie Villanueva, pati na rin sa ating magaling na seatmate si Senator Joel Villanueva. Tunay nga naman pong kahanga-hanga ang JIL sapagkat bagamat nasa kalagitnaan po tayo ng pandemya at limitado ang face-to-face worship, walang tigil pa din po ang kanilang pagtakbo at pagbigay ng pag-asa sa kanilang kongregasyon at sa publiko. Halimbawa, tulad nung anibersaryo nila nung nakarang taon, online ang mga magiging pangunahing plataforma tulad ng Facebook at YouTube para sa kanilang mass celebration na sinusubaybayan ng kanilang milyon-milyong membro sa higit 60 bansa tulad ng Hong Kong, Taiwan, US, Canada, Spain, Italy, Australia, at iba pa, kung saan nakapagtayo na po sila ng simbahan o kongregasyon. Napag-alaman din po namin, Mr. President, na kung saan mariin na pinagbabawalan ang mga face-to-face activities, agad-agad naman daw ginawang online ang mga worship at healing services nila tuwing linggo. Mga Bible study, cell groups, at life group discussions. Prayer meetings, pati na rin po ang kanilang training. At bilang pagtugon sa pandemya, bumuo rin ang JIL ng COVID Response Team na naghahain ng mga serbisyong medikal, medical consultations, hospital referrals, vaccinations, financial and spiritual counseling. Nag-organisa rin JIL ng mga outreach activities dito sa Pilipinas at sa ibang bansa. Kasama po dito ang pagbibigay ng mga food packs at hygiene kits at pag-abot ng mga medical supplies para sa mga frontliners tulad ng masks, PPEs at iba pang essential items panlaban sa COVID-19. Mahalagang ipunto, Mr. President, na hindi mangyayari ang lahat ng ito kung wala ang inspirasyon at paninindigan nila Deputy Speaker Brother Eddie Villanueva at ni Senator Joel Villanueva. Alalahanin po natin, Mr. President, na sila po ay nawalan din po itong mga nakaraang taon. Si Sister Dory Villanueva at si Mayor Johnny Villanueva ay pumanaw po. At pinagdadasal po natin sila. Maalaalang nagsilbing bukal ng JIL si Brother Eddie kasama ang 15 kaklase niya mula sa PUP o Polytechnic University of the Philippines noong 1978. Tanging pakay lamang nila ang magsimula ng isang maliit na kongregasyon kung saan malaya nilang maisasabuhay ang kanilang pananampalataya at itaguyod ang kanilang ministeryo. Ngayon, sa pangunguna ni Brother Eddie at ni Senator Joel na nagsalita rin minsan-minsan tuwing worship service, milyon-milyong Pilipino pati na rin ang ilang mga banyaga ang kasama sa JIL. Sa alam po natin, ididiriwang ni Brother Eddie ang kanyang 75th birthday sa darating na October 6. Kaya kasabay ng ating paghayag, ng ating paghanga para sa kanya, nais din natin siyang batiin ng isang advance happy birthday. The theme of JIL's 43rd founding anniversary was chosen to be God's Triumphant Hope, which is fitting, Mr. President, because the activities we mentioned and the JIL fulfill a very special role, and that is to provide hope amidst the despair and suffering caused by the pandemic. We are reminded of the second epistle of St. Paul to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verses 16 to 18. Therefore, we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. The scourge that we are currently fighting, Mr. President, is largely unseen, though its effects are palpable and ever-present. It is with the guidance and inspiration of unseen forces, hope, love, faith, and God's blessing that we will be able to overcome the hardships that besiege us today. This is something which day in and day out, JIL movement reminds its members and by extension the rest of the country, which is why we believe it is only fitting that they deserve praise and recognition from this august chamber. Mr. President, sa JIL, patuloy po tayong humahanga dahil hindi sila tumitigil sa kanilang ministeryo para gabayan, suportahan at magsilbing sandigan at inspirasyon para sa libu-libong pamilyang Pilipino saan mang dako ng mundo, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya ngayon. Napapanahon lamang na ipasa po natin ang resolusyon na ito. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat at mabuhay ang JIL.
Mr.
Thank
President,
you. I know, Majority Leader.
I believe Senator Bong Revilla is, this is the time for Senator Bong Revilla to be recognized, Mr. President, for his sponsorship speech. May we recognize our distinguished colleague from
Cavite.
Cavite.
Senator
Great
Bong
province.
Revilla is recognized.
While we're waiting for him, Mr. President, if the sponsor would accept me as a co-sponsor, and if I may just also put to the records, Mr. President, a few words on the JIL anniversary, Mr.
Of course,
President. While
Mr.
we're waiting
President,
for
of course, an honor.
Senator.
It's an honor to have the handsome majority leader co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, I'll just put into the records, Mr. President, my sponsorship speech, but just a few words. I would like to really take this opportunity to greet the JIL community for really spreading the word of God all over the world, not only in the Philippines, Mr. President. I've had the opportunity and the honor to be with the JIL together with Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Sani Angara, and Senator JV Ejercito in Hong Kong. This was about 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And they hosted us in their main church. And we really saw how wonderful the camaraderie, no? Basta mga JIL members, nakikita po natin kung gaano kaganda ang samahan po nila under, of course, the leadership of Brother Eddie Villanueva, together with Senator Joel Villanueva. Tuwan-tuwa po sila, nakikita po natin yung kanilang aura na napakasaya, bait po nila, and of course, spreading the word of God through all four corners of the principality or the city of Hong Kong. And talaga nakikita po natin ang napakaraming ginagawa po nilang outreach programs. Kasi doon mismo, when we were in Hong Kong with them, they were also showing us all the different outreach programs that they help to not to even non-members of the JIL. And I'd like to put that on record. Ang dami po nilang tinutulungan na hindi members na kanilang congregation. Naalala ko nung pandemya, together with Senator Joel Villanueva and the JIL community, they were distributing ayuda and relief goods to the different communities of Bulacan and Central Luzon na hanggang makakayanan po nila, no, ipamigay sa ating mga kapatid doon. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako sa JIL, sa kanilang lahat, sa leadership po ng JIL, for doing such wonderful work of God. It's not about words, but it's about deeds. And I must say that the JIL community really do all their work and do this because of the love of God in their hearts, that they want to truly share their blessings to all the people of the Philippines and around the world. So maraming salamat po. And I believe many others are raising their hand. We have Senator earlier, Mr. President.
Yeah, I saw them
You can
raise
make
their
your
hand
decision, Mr. President.
early. Yeah, it's Senator Gordon, Villar, Cayetano, Trilon, Pangilinan, and Marcos. Gordon, Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm one of those who have always admired Eddie Villanueva.
Ano yan?
Bishop Eddie Villanueva ba, I think, and my sisters were also are great admirers of being like followers of Jesus Christ, fervent followers of Jesus Christ, and Jesus is Lord is the manifestation and the very epitome of really extolling God every day of our lives, not just because we provide relief, not for anything else, but you can see how it's grown. Lumawak ng lumawak ang Jesus is Lord. Sabi niyo nga, nagsimula sila magkakaklase, pero ngayon, napakalawak na sa buong mundo. Religion is needed by the people. Kanya-kanya rason kung bakit sumasama sa religion ang mga tao. Pero kaninang umaga po, may nangyari. I don't know if it was God sent. Nabuksan ko po yung TV ko kaninang umaga, or yung computer ko, if I'm not mistaken. Dahil, these are trying times for me, especially with what is happening in the Blue Ribbon. Nakita ko po yung interview ni Brother Eddie Villanueva kay Karen Davila. At bumuso lalo ang paghanga ko sa kanya because although narinig ko yung sinasabi ng ating Pangulo, cursing God, calling God stupid, minumura pa. I thought that when I saw that program, that interview this morning rather, I thought that was God sent. I thought that was a clear message, not only to me, but for our entire country. And I decided to look for it. And today, sino ba ang mga tatayo talaga? Dahil itong bansa natin talagang kailangan talaga ng national courage. In fact, kanina rin, kagabi, bago ako natulog, nagtingin ako doon sa tinatawag nating Meiji Restoration, because I always look at all these historical scenarios, Mr. President. At nakita ko itong isang statement itong si Miro Arinori. And I will just divert a bit and go back to Brother Eddie later on. The Minister of Education in 1889, the one who created mass education and created a strong, literate, and devoted to Emperor. I would rather change that to God. Of course, that's not the case. And he made sure that all children, rich and poor, had compulsory elementary education focused on discipline, friendship, and obedience. I was talking to you about courage earlier, my fellow senators. And I just like to quote from him. He is probably a Buddhist, but let me just quote. And I say, this says, looking at Europe and America, we see that in every nation, people of all classes, both men and women alike, possess a love of country and an unshakable national unity. The population should be taught to the very marrow of their bones to feel a fervent spirit of loyalty and patriotism, to maintain a steadfastness of character and a constancy of purpose, to be ashamed of cowardice, and to hold all servility in contempt, Mr. President. Mr. President, our Constitution is unique in the sense that the preamble itself addresses the Lord our God. And we say the Filipino people imploring the aid of divine providence, Mr. President, as its starting point, if I'm not mistaken. I'm delivering this extemporaneously as usual. And in that interview where I saw Brother Eddie speak strongly and firmly and with indignation, he said to insult God, to us, it is a kind of blasphemy in the highest order, period. The Bible is very clear. When you slander or curse God, you are inviting curses, not only for yourself, but the entire nation, calamities, and disasters, he said. He said the impact of the president's tirade is so tremendous as far as the general welfare of the Filipino people is concerned. The destiny of the nation. He further said, I can sense, and I quote, that curses will continue to visit and even be multiplied. And the thing is, he might be destroyed. Close quotes. That's what Brother Eddie Villanueva said. I'm not trying to put politics and religion, Mr. President. It suddenly dawned on me that I must admire this man, because at that time, I believe it was said in 2018 or thereabouts, after the president said that. I don't know if the president really meant what he said about God, because lately he has been calling on God to stop this pandemic.
Baka nag-meet pa sila ni Presidente, nag-sorry si Presidente.
And Senator Joel, I'm listening to you. If you might, I'd like to stop muna para I can listen to you. Talk to you about how great your father is. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't want to lose my train of thought. And let me just say that by quoting Brother Eddie Villanueva, I'd like to quote him before the Senate, because to me, it speaks volumes. It speaks about commitment, courage, compassion, and leadership. Now, I can praise Eddie Villanueva, Brother Eddie Villanueva, for his zeal, his commitment to God, and everything else. But when the chips are down, the most powerful man in the nation curses God and calls him stupid. Brother Eddie Villanueva steps into the plane, because I share that. I share the thought. And to my mind, there is something wrong when somebody curses the Supreme Being, even if we don't believe in him. There is a supreme supernatural power in this earth that's put order and harmony in this earth. So today, I would like to salute the founding, I believe it's the 43rd anniversary, if I'm not mistaken, of the founding. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Joel. And join everyone in congratulating Jesus is Lord Church for celebrating its Love You year foundation. 43 means love you, Mr. President. Foundation or founding anniversary on October 23, 2021. And I just thought I'd mention that because we must not forget God is the center of our life. And we should always stand up for God and for the principles that He has taught us as a nation. And we always hear people talk about God, but in reality, when push comes to shove, we forget Him. At nanalangin lang tayo, katulad kagabi, biglang nag-earthquake at 1:25 or 1:15 in the morning. And I simply put my faith and my wife's faith in God as we were being shaken. And I've been through many, many earthquakes in my lifetime, been to the effects of earthquake all over the place, Mr. President. And I didn't want to tell God, God, we need you. I just fearlessly said what I've always said, and I quote from the Bible, and I hope I can quote it well. Trust in the Lord and lean not into your own understanding. In all things, acknowledge Him, and He will always lead you to the right path. I pray for JIL. I pray for Eddie Villanueva, Bishop, or Brother Joey Villanueva. I pray for his distinguished son, whom I'm proud to be associated with in this Senate. And I pray for the President of the Republic of the Philippines. And I hope that whatever happens, I'm not superstitious that God will rain curses upon us. But I do believe that there's some truth in what Brother Eddie Villanueva said on that fateful day. And I hope that all of us see the light. In the light of what's happening, the pandemic, so many deaths, and in the light of our history. Congratulations to Brother Eddie and the JIL movement. I salute you. We will always support you in your position. So far as God is concerned, is certainly not just commendable, but certainly incredible all my life. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Mr. Senate President, I just want to manifest that I be made co-author or we be made co-author of the resolution with the permission of the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to support also the resolution of Senator Angara and to take this opportunity to personally greet GIL led no other than Deputy Speaker Brother Eddie and of course our dear colleague Joel Villanueva. Mr. President, I think it's very important for churches to continue to have a strong impact in our communities. We may have so many different religions and so many different cultural beliefs as we took up in previous bills, as we acknowledge in other bills. But fundamental to all this is our desire to raise our children in the fear of God, to be loving neighbors, to reach out to those who need a helping hand, to be a good Samaritan, whether you are a Bible believer or some other religion. The fundamental teachings in these churches are the same. And JIL has been at the forefront in the Christian communities, preaching this not only in the Philippines, but all over the world. And I'd also like to add, Mr. President, that when you have active groups like JIL, they actually make our work as legislators easier. Why? Well, the Bible is very clear. And of course, I quote the Bible in the same way I would respect another person who would quote their other source of religious beliefs. No, but I quote the Bible in acknowledging that in the Old Testament, God said to go to your elders in case of disputes. So before we burden our civic society, and we all know that the judges, the courts have backlogs going into the decades. Even the Supreme Court has backlogs. If you will recall, dear colleagues, on the issue of the FDA having jurisdiction over cigarette and tobacco products, that's been pending with the Supreme Court. If I'm not sorry, I'm not sure if it's the Supreme Court or the CA at this point, but it's been pending with the judiciary for more than 10 years. So my point, Mr. President, is even among petty disagreements, well, let me change the word petty, disagreements within families, communities, we have church elders to go through. And that is where I admire the JIL community, where even all over the world, they have this community of believers where they can depend on each other. And even in Taguig City, JIL is very much alive. Joel, who I considered a younger brother, pero literally tinuturing na kapatid yan ng kapatid kong si Alan, knows that JL is so active in Taguig City, reaching out, not even reaching out, but literally living the lives of the Taguigueños, you know, being with them sa hirap at sa ginhawa. So, and although we take this opportunity to also express that we are a believer in the separation of church and state that is ingrained in our constitution, and I may not have known that as well as I do if I did not go to law school, but that doesn't change, and I'd like to emphasize that that constitutional provision does not in any way impair or diminish the role of groups like JIL in their community. In fact, as I said, we truly appreciate what JIL has done in the Philippines and all over the world for our kababayans. No, His Honor, our colleague is defending the Department of OFW. Well, while that department does not yet exist, and knowing the shortcomings of our existing agencies, which we know, many years ago, well, multiple times I went to Hong Kong and met with our OFW communities there. And at that time, I was instrumental in, I'd like to believe I was instrumental in pushing for PhilHealth to have a regular presence in countries that have a lot of Filipinos, because in the meantime, na habang wala ang PhilHealth doon, and there was a JIL representative in the group, and there was also a Catholic representative, si Father Robert, who is a good friend of mine. These are the communities that uplift, these are the groups that uplift our kababayans na nagtutulungan, nag-aambagan pag may sakit, even way back home. So anyway, I can go on and on, but I will end here, Mr. President, to join my colleagues in congratulating JL, Brother Eddie, Deputy Speaker, and our colleague, Joel Villanueva. Thank you, Paul. And of course, the sponsor, Senator Angara, for allowing me to co-author this as well.
Yes, and then the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the permission of Senator Angara, may this representation be made a co-author of this resolution. Mr. President, all these years, the Jesus is Lord movement has been a respected institution in our society. And this is because particularly of the leadership shown by its founder, Brother Eddie Villanueva, now the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. The son, Senator Villanueva, has inherited this moral standard, strict moral standard that the father has inculcated in the minds of the JLL members. Mr. President, I would repeat, the JIL and Brother Eddie are one of the most principled organizations and individuals I have met in my life. They are unbending when it comes to the moral standards that we should observe. They are unbending when it comes to the family values that every Filipino should observe. And it is in this regard that this generation and future generations will always recognize with thanks and admiration the influence, the moral influence of Brother Eddie and the JIL on our society in general. So it is in that sense, Mr. President, that I join my colleagues in the Senate in spreading into the record our admiration to the JIL movement and greeting it, joining our countrymen in greeting JIL a most happy anniversary. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Recto and then Senator Grace po. Senator Recto, I'm sorry, Senator Pangilinan was first earlier. Senator Pangilinan, Recto, and Pope, and then Marcos. Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for this opportunity to manifest our support for proposed Senate Resolution number 915. And with the permission of the sponsor, we may be allowed likewise to be co-author of the resolution. We wish to congratulate the Jesus is Lord Church on its 43rd founding anniversary. I was 15 years old when it was founded 43 years ago. And many members of my family, my sister, Ate Angeli, my brother-in-law, Gary, my older brother, my kuya Joseph, are very close to the family of Brother Eddie. We too have on many occasions come together. I have visited them in their residence, in their office in Bocaue, and many years ago. And we continue to admire the tenacity, the passion of Brother Eddie in his advocacy and his championing the cause of Jesus is Lord, and of course, a champion of the faith, of the Christian faith. We wish to also congratulate our colleague in the Senate, Senator Joel, likewise for being such a passionate champion and a passionate leader of the Jesus is Lord Church. May you have many, many more years, and we thank you for being a pillar in our Christian faith in the nation this past 43 years, and we wish you many more years, many more successes in your efforts to lead the Christian faith in the country and provide a moral leadership for your members and, of course, for the rest of the nation. Again, congratulations and thank you, Mr. President. We just wanted to place that on record.
Yes, the President Pro Tem, Senator Recto.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to ask the sponsor that if I may be also included as one of the authors of the proposed resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Grace Poe, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to ask our Senator Angara if I could be made co-author. And I would like to congratulate our dear colleague and friend, Senator Joel Villanueva, and of course his father, that we all respect highly. I've had a chance to have small conversations with him. He's a very humble and kind man. And I know that my father has met with him even after his supposed defeat in 2016. I know that he is a healing type of leader. He stands by the truth. He stands by his faith, even at the expense of threats from other possible political fallouts. He always is steadfast in his beliefs. So truly a principled gentleman. And so congratulations to all the members of JIL worldwide. Again, I would like to be co-author. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. President. And like the rest of my colleagues, I would like to ask the sponsor to be made co-author of this resolution greeting the JIL by way of acknowledgement of my family's profound debt of gratitude and my congratulations for the unrelenting, generous, and principled Christianity that JIL has always stood for, as well as their invaluable contributions to every community in which they have established their presence, as well as in the nation building of the entire republic. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Cayetano, did I recognize you already? Senator Cayetano, you were raising your hand? It's okay. You're done.
Mr. President, maybe to
Senator De La Rosa.
De La Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to manifest my intention with the permission of the good sponsor that I be made co-sponsor of this mission, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body.
Senator Angara, yes, do you accept all the...
We accept all of them resoundingly, Mr. President, and I think it's a tribute to the JIL and to our colleague, Senator Joel. And thank you to our colleagues for their beautiful and very uplifting statements.
Mr. President, if with the permission of Senator Angara, I move that we make all members of the Senate a co-sponsor of this measure, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Angara. He's giving the
Yes.
thumbs up.
All right.
Oh, sayang naman yung forma ni Senator Bato. Ang ganda ng forma.
So, Mr. President, with that, I move to adopt Senate Resolution number 915. I so.
Any objection? Hearing none. PS Resolution 915 is hereby adopted.
May we recognize to give his thanks our distinguished colleague, the son of Brother Eddie Villanueva, no
Yes.
other than our colleague, Senator Joel.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to express my utmost gratitude and thanks to our dear colleagues. I will be criticized to the bones by the entire JIL movement if I don't stand here and thank all of you. The Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. And so I thank all of you, from our Senate President Tito Soto, and if I may also spread into the records, the last time JIL Church celebrated its anniversary in Luneta Grandstand, Senate President Tito Soto was our last guest speaker from the government, and we appreciate his presence. Then, of course, our Senate President Pro Tem, our Senator from Batangas, Senator Ralph Recto, our good friend, Senator Frank Drilon, our Minority Floor Leader. I have not experienced any elections, Senator Frank, na hindi ho kayo sinuportahan ng JIL Church. I still remember that since I was a kid. Of course, our Majority Floor Leader, Senator Miggs, thank you. Our, of course, Brad Sen Sani Angara, who's been our perennial sponsor of commendation and acknowledging the contribution of JIL Church in nation building and the JIL Church worldwide. Thank you so much, Senator Sani Angara, for always giving recognition to JIL Church, especially to this PS Resolution number 915. Of course, to all our colleagues, Senator Gordon, Senator Villar, Senator Cayetano, extend ko na rin kay Kuya Alan Cayetano, of course, and then Senator Pangilinan, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Villar, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Marcos, of course, our dear friend from Ilocos. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, and to God be the glory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I recall earlier, I think he's probably just busy now, Senator Bong Revilla was reading a speech, a sponsorship speech. Maybe we can just ask him, Mr. President, or for the record, to insert his speech to our records, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes. And Senator Pacquiao
Insert
also.
into the records the sponsorship speech of Senator Bong Revilla and Senator Manny Pacquiao.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right.
Next in line, Mr. President, I move that we take in consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 916.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 916 is in order.
This is an equally important resolution, Mr. President. May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice into inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Resolution recognizing and commending the immeasurable contribution and sacrifices of Filipino physicians in the fight against the coronavirus disease, and to celebrate their dedication in service this National Physicians Day, 27 September 2021.
President, thank you, Mr. President. I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara.
Senator Sani Angara is recognized to sponsor the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished Majority Leader, dear colleagues. I apologize, you have to endure my voice again. But we rise to sponsor proposed Senate Resolution 916, recognizing and commending the immeasurable contribution and sacrifices of Filipino physicians throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, co-authored by this representation, Majority Floor Leader Zubiri, Senators Gordon, Poe, Binay, Villanueva, and Gatchalian. Mr. President, this is an offshoot of the hearing we held last Friday for the bill of Senator Gordon and myself regarding the benefits for our health workers, the special risk allowance, among others, and the COVID-19 benefits. And one of our resource persons, Dr. Atienza, the head of the Philippine Medical Association, manifested on the spot that we recognize, if we could recognize physicians on Physicians Day, which is today, by virtue of Presidential Proclamation number 1789, issued in 1978 by the father of our colleague, Senator Jaime. And we decided to file a resolution, so it's a bit rushed, to honor, because I think it's timely, Mr. President. So here we are. And in the said proclamation, 1789, physicians are described to be professionals that answer the calls for service to humanity, regardless of sex, creed, color, or nationality, and that they play a vital role in the development of human society as vanguards of the people's health and well-being. Sinabi po ni Dr. Atienza dun sa hearing natin na doctors do what they do not because of the financial reward, but mostly because of the psychic benefits, Mr. President, yung fulfillment nararamdaman po nila sa kanilang trabaho. And we have to acknowledge that, especially during these very difficult times. And ever since the pandemic, even before it, our physicians and healthcare workers have only demonstrated that these words are true. Not only have they served as vanguards to our health and well-being, they have become our beacons of hope, reminding us that through perseverance, commitment, and hard work, not to mention the proper skills and knowledge, a path out of this pandemic and back to normalcy can be forged. We are reminded of what Dr. Maria Ines Benedicto from West Visayas State University La Paz in Iloilo City told the media when she emerged as the top-notcher in the recent physician licensure examination. Dr. Benedicto said that she wants to train in a government hospital to help overworked healthcare workers amid the COVID-19 pandemic, even if she still fears for her own safety and that of her family. She said that she wants to serve in a public hospital, even if it is more tiring and more demanding, because the satisfaction one gets at the end of the day is greater with the recovery of a number of patients. Such dedication and passion to serve must truly be recognized, Mr. President. It is unacceptable that while they are called to serve at the front lines against the COVID-19 virus, that we do not give them acknowledgement and the protection they deserve. Sabi nga nung ating mga colleagues, nung hearing, they are our soldiers during this time of war. Isipin lang po natin na mula noong simula ng pandemya sa March 2020 hanggang September ngayon, 2021, halos 25,000 healthcare workers na po ang tinamaan ng COVID-19 at 105 po sa kanila ang sumakabilang buhay dahil sa virus. Nakakabahala at nakakalungkot talaga na habang kusa silang nagtatrabaho para labanan ang pandemya, minsan hindi nila nararamdaman yung recognition natin at yung tulong mula sa gobyerno. And that's why we hope with the enactment of this resolution comes not just a reminder to properly honor our physicians and healthcare workers, but also a wake-up call, a call to action. Labis po ang ating pasasalamat para sa kanila dahil inalagaan at tinulungang gumaling ang mga natamaan ng sakit. Kasama na po ako doon, sila Senator De La Rosa, sila Senator Zubiri, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Coco Pimentel, at lahat po ng tinamaan ng COVID, at many of our staff po na tinamaan po ng COVID-19 virus. Kaya labis ang pasasalamat natin sa gitna ng mga madidlim na panahon na ito, nagsilbi silang tanglaw para bumalik ang pag-asa sa ating lahat na may katapusan rin ang pandemyang ito. Kaya nararapat, Mr. President, lamang na bigay natin sa kanila ang anumang suporta na kailangan para mas mabuti nilang matugunan ang hamon ng kanilang napakahalagang propesyon. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to our physicians on Physicians Day.
Thank
All
you,
right,
President.
Majority Leader.
May I be allowed also to give a short two-paragraph sponsorship speech, Mr.
Go
President?
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tama po yung sinabi ni Senator Angara nung kami po yung natamaan ng COVID-19. Yung unang tumawag po sa akin ay doktor. At yung unang tinawagan ko ay doktor din. Right after that, I called my wife because I wanted to make sure that I could survive the ordeal. Kasama po natin si Senator Bato de la Rosa at kasama din po natin nun si Senator Gordon. I'm not mistaken. Magnificent 7. So far, let's hope it just remains at 7 with Senator Lapid and wala na pong iba. But Mr. President, as we celebrate National Physicians Day, I'm honored to sponsor this resolution recognizing the contributions of our physicians in the country's fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Much has already been said about the monumental sacrifices of our doctors and other health workers during this pandemic, Mr. President. And it has rendered them overworked, isolated from their families, and continually at risk from contracting the virus themselves. Mga ibang doktor, Mr. President, 3 beses na paulit-ulit ang pag-infect sa kanila nitong COVID-19. And yet, they still go to work once they are cured to help others in need. We must also recognize the leadership role that our physicians have suddenly been thrust into during this pandemic. On top of their duties within the hospital, they have also had to become public ambassadors, Mr. President, combating misinformation, particularly regarding the COVID-19 vaccines, and offering clarity, direction, and hope. Their expertise and guidance have been invaluable in these uncertain times. Kaya po, Mr. President, today, National Physicians Day, I am glad to join our colleagues and the rest of the nation as we thank and commend our doctors, physicians, and all other healthcare workers for their invaluable service to our hospitals and the public sphere at large. Saludo po kami sa inyo lahat, sa inyong serbisyo at sa inyong sakripisyo. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. May we also,
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
We wish to request the sponsors to include us as sponsors of this bill. Thank you very much. Of this resolution. Thank you very much.
maybe we can make an omnibus manifestation, Mr. President, for all
Okay.
members to be made so that they don't have to
Yeah.
raise their hand.
With the thumbs up sign of Senator Angara, so be it.
Will you recognize Senator?
Mr. President, just very short, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. I'm greatly honored to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 916, recognizing and commending the immeasurable contribution and sacrifices of Filipino physicians in the fight against the coronavirus disease, celebrating their dedication to service this National Physicians Day, 27th of September 2021. I joined Senators Angara, Senator Subiri, and our seatmates in this very important measure. This measure is indeed timely, if not long overdue, Mr. President, and I laud the good sponsors' efforts in finally giving honor to the most important people during the pandemic, our physicians. I was present during the hearing a couple of days ago, and we heard about their stories. We lost many doctors in this fight against the coronavirus. These heroes put aside their safety, health, lives, and those of their loved ones to fulfill their promises when they took their oaths as doctors. Mr. President, ang mga doktor po natin ay may mga pamilya rin. Natatakot din po sila. But despite the dangers, they continue to serve the Filipino people. As legislators, we try our best, we do our best to pass laws that will address the problems brought about by this pandemic. But at the end of the day, we can only do so much. With the passage of this bill, we can finally give recognition to our physicians who have tirelessly sacrificed to heal us, keep us safe, administer vaccines, and save our lives. Muli po, Ginoong Pangulo, buo ang ating buo ang ating matibay na suporta sa agarang pagpasa ng Senate Bill number 916 upang mabigyang parangal ang mga sakripisyo ng ating mga physicians, ang ating mga modern heroes sa panahon ng pandemya. Let us all celebrate the 43rd National Physicians Day. Maraming salamat po and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Yep.
President also wish
Resolution.
to sponsor the resolution, Senator Nancy Binay and Senator Gordon.
Senator Nancy Mina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the occasion of the 43rd National Physicians Day in honor of our very own vanguards of public health, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Resolution 916, recognizing and commending the immeasurable contribution and sacrifices of Filipino physicians in the fight against the coronavirus disease and to celebrate their dedication in service this National Physicians Day. I would also likewise take this moment to give honor to my mother, Dr. Elenita Sombilio Binay, who has served in the public health sector as a government medical officer at the Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center and in our own barangay health center. Through my physician mother, I learned the importance of putting a premium on healthcare. Through quality healthcare, not only will we be able to improve quality of life, but also be able to lessen the burden on government resources. This is why government needs to put a high premium on healthcare. Government must be prepared to assume fiscal and administrative responsibility for the health of its people. But investing in health facilities and infrastructure is not enough. We also need to invest in the welfare of our physicians and other health personnel. Only by doing so can we assure the people that they will receive consistent quality health care. And this is more evident now that we are facing a global pandemic. Our physicians continue to serve the public despite the overwhelming responsibilities and risks that they face each day. To date, 25,336 healthcare workers have tested positive for COVID-19, and 105 have sadly lost their lives in the line of duty. Apart from working tireless shifts and being exposed to the virus, many of our physicians also suffer from job-related anxiety in the midst of the thousands of lives lost. But despite the physical fatigue and the emotional stress, our physicians never wavered. The ongoing pandemic has taught us many harsh lessons, and it has emphasized, among others, the sacrifice and dedication of our physicians and medical frontliners. Yes, our physicians deserve to be called modern-day heroes, but they deserve so much more. More than the appropriate praise and recognition, the pandemic has also highlighted the extent to which protecting health workers is key to ensuring a functioning health system and a functioning society. Simulan po natin sa pagsiguro na ang special risk allowance para sa ating mga healthcare workers ay maibibigay sa kanila sa lalong madaling panahon. Maliit na bagay ito kung tutuusin kumpara sa lahat ng sakripisyong kanilang ibinigay para sa bansa. Let us also make sure that they have priority access to vaccine booster shots and have holistic wellness interventions to protect their mental health and help them cope with the adverse effects of stress and anxiety. As we honor our physicians today, let us also all walk the talk and make sure that all their needs are provided for. Once again, I'd like to thank all the physicians for your hard work, commitment, and your immense sacrifices to the country in these extraordinary times. On behalf of a grateful nation, maraming salamat po. We are indebted to all of you. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Gordon would like to be recognized.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a brief speech, Mr. President, on the occasion of Physicians Day. I will get right to the point, Mr. President. The real heroes of this fight against COVID have been the physicians and all the rest of the healthcare workers. And at the very onset, people were getting sick, people were dying, and in fact, this Senate is proud to have said that in recognition of people, physicians who die or nurses who die, there would be, I do not want to put a monetary value to it, there would be something that would be given to them in forms of not compensation, but in recognition of their effort, and it is a paltry amount of ₱1 million, Mr. President. Mr. President, about uh, uh, there are about 5,200 physicians who try to pass the exams every year, and about 4,120 pass. So, and many of them also who pass have worked long hours. Some of them have left for greener pastures. Some of them have even become nurses because of the economic condition in our country. So it is only proper that today, bigyan natin ng pabuya o parespeto itong mga healthcare workers natin led by our doctors who have raised the alarm many times about their struggles and insufficient protection in performing their duties. For example, Mr. President, I can remember somebody we helped from the Red Cross, Kathleen and Abat Senen, who contracted a severe disease, Mr. President, and needed about 122 units of blood. And in spite of that disease, we provided the blood, and at the same time, he fought, and he even ministered to children, Mr. President, at the time. And he's what you call a neonatologist, Mr. President. He handled infectious diseases. She handled infectious diseases. So she's gone, Mr. President. She'll never be back. But at least her example is an example of many physicians who work tirelessly and quietly and risk their lives to be able to do so. We have tried to help the physicians, Mr. President, and the healthcare workers. We test them every 2 weeks in Manila at least, and we have already tested about 80,000 healthcare workers from the testing that goes on once every 2 weeks. Still not enough, Mr. President. And I know that we have passed bills here that would encourage doctors to young people to become doctors. In fact, we wanted a doctor in every town or in every barrio, Mr. President. Those things have yet to be realized. So on this occasion, Mr. President, I joined the distinguished author, Senator Angara, and all the other senators. I'm sure everybody will try to pass and be authors of this bill, not because they want to have their names in history, but because it is right so to do, Mr. President. And so today I feel very proud and honored and glad and sorry that this is happening to our country. But nonetheless, Mr. President, I think it is important that we pause a little, remember a little, and make sure that we give credit where credit is due in this fight against the pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to join all the other senators in recognizing and commending the immeasurable contribution and sacrifices of Filipino physicians in the fight against the coronavirus disease, and to celebrate their dedication and service this National Physicians Day, 27 September 2021. Mabuhay mga magagamot, mabuhay ang bansa nating Pilipinas, at maraming salamat sa mga magagamot.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Yeah, after this mag-break daw tayo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a short intervention. I would like to extend my support and ask to be made a co-author of this resolution. I join our colleagues in recognizing the invaluable and historic actions that our health workers have taken. Historic because not in our lifetime have we seen a pandemic have we lived through a pandemic of this magnitude that not only has taken the lives of the health workers, but has also taken the lives of so many people in our country and all over the world. Mr. President, what I'd like to point out though is that I'm proud that I do belong to a Senate that is a Senate that takes action. And obviously, this resolution recognizes the role of the physician. But beyond that, Mr. President, I would like to emphasize that we have also taken steps and included budgetary interventions, and that is the Dr. Para sa Bayan, authored no less than His Honor, our Senate President. that in itself, I feel, is one of the impactful things that we can do to show our appreciation by increasing their tribe. Literally, namatay na sila sa trabaho nila. And what we are trying to do is to expand their number, increase their tribe so that they can work more humane hours. We do know that the problem we are facing in this time of the Delta surge is that there's there's a threat of the collapse of our health system because they truly are overworked. So by taking these steps that we have initiated, passing the law and then providing the budget, we are ensuring the sustainability of this tribe, our health workers and our physician. And although we do not yet have a similar law increasing the number of those in the health alliance professions, in the allied health, we do have separate bills that strengthen the allied professions, like the Nursing Act, which His Honor the Senate President has also authored. Budgetary insertions that support all the other, not all the others, and that's the goal, to support all the others, but to also support those in the healthcare sector. So on that note, Mr. President, I'd just like to bring it to the attention of our colleagues, especially the good chairman of the Committee on Finance, that yun nga, na FLR ang ating ang ating budget dun sa increasing the capacities of these hospitals, which we so painstakingly dissected, no, to be sure that they have the amount that they need to expand their operations this coming school year. So that has not been released. I'm also told that it's also because the IRR of the law itself was only submitted at the same day that we started the debates on the budget. So I've also had preliminary meetings with CHED, and of course they were telling us that they have to go through the process, which we understand, but time is of the essence, dear colleagues, as we know. So we're hoping that that initial budget meant for 2021 would still be released, and then I've already requested them to come up with the budget that they would need for 2022 because walang budget yon. So I think this is what we can do for our physicians, not to increase their tribe and to support the medical schools in the growth of their profession. So I leave it at that for now, and thank you to the good sponsor for sponsoring this measure. And again, may I be allowed to be a sponsor, to be a co-author as well. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Okay, Majority Leader.
Mr. President.
Senator Marcos is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just briefly, may I repeat the request of my colleagues to co-author this long-delayed and wholly inadequate recognition of our doctors and their truly godly profession that endows us mere humans with health, with life, with hope in these deadly times. Sa madaling pagbabayad ng SRA at iba pang benepisyo sa sapat na pagbibigay ng gamot, ng bakuna at ng PPE, sa agarang pagbayad sa mga ospital na nanganganib na magsara dahil sa lumulobong utang ng PhilHealth, sama-sama nating gunitain ang National Physicians Day. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 916. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Resolution 916 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May we have a 1-minute Senate break?
Yes, the session is suspended for 1 Senate minute. The session resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, next on the agenda are amendments to the Public Services Act. May we move to, I move, Mr. President, that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2094.
Any objection? Hearing none, considerations in order.
Yes, Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for her amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm ready to listen to the proposed amendments of our colleagues. If not, I think Senator Recto has, yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Could I have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Ready na ba si Ralph?
Yes.
Ready, Mr. President. Yes.
Resume.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor, I think if I'm not mistaken, we were on page 2 on the definition of critical infrastructure. The last time we were
In copia.
proposing amendments on this bill, we were discussing the reasons for the changes, and among others, we were discussing now, I think telecommunications. We left off there. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, I believe it was telecommunications.
Yes. And if I'm not mistaken, we were discussing ownership structure for telecommunications, not today,
Yes, Mr.
right?
President.
And for the record, again, Globe Telecom is owned, how many percent, what percentage is Filipino owned?
60% Filipino owned, Mr. President.
Okay. And who are the foreign partners of Globe?
One moment, Mr. President. Let me go back to those files. Mr. President, it's ready to resume. Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Yeah, we did not suspend.
Oh,
You may
okay.
proceed.
If Globe is 50.81, Asiacom, 0.26% officers executive stock option plan PH, 15.65 public, 20.8 Singtel.
And so 60% is owned by Filipinos, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
And what-
Actually, it's 73.33% Filipino.
So 73% is owned by Filipino.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Is there any communications with, let's say, the committee that there is interest among the owners of Globe to sell to foreigners?
I'm not privy to that, Mr. President.
Okay, so there is none.
I don't know if there's none, but
Okay.
it doesn't seem
To the
like it.
committee, there is none to Congress, for that matter. What about
No.
PLDT?
Yes, not in our, no.
Yes. What about PLDT? PLDT is at least 60% owned by Filipinos. Is it higher than 60%? Similar to
Well,
Globe?
apparently it's 74.18% Filipino, Mr. President.
Okay. So meaning to say that they could still sell more, up to 40% to foreigners. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr.
Assuming they
President.
needed additional equity, right? Yeah, has there been
Yes.
any communication also to the committee?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. And would Globe or PLDT have a length of franchise?
A what?
A length of franchise that they're allowed to operate how many years, for example, in their franchise?
Yes,
Maybe 50 years.
it's about 25 years, Mr. President, from the time it was granted.
Okay, so 25 years. Okay. And what about Dito Telecommunications?
Dito Telecommunications ownership is 69.15% Filipino and then 30.85% foreign.
So none of them have 40% foreign ownership. They're much
Yes,
less.
apparently.
40.
Apparently.
And did any of them come to Congress to ask that they need additional foreign investors?
No, as of now, none.
Okay. I recall the interpolations made by Senator Ping Lacson, and if I'm not mistaken, he did quote also jurisprudence that the Supreme Court has declared that telecommunications is a public utility, coming from deliberations also on the Constitutional Commission. Isn't that correct?
Yes, yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay, so we have no communication whatsoever from these telecommunication companies that they need more investors. And that
Yes,
asking Congress to lift ownership restriction from 60-40 to allow foreigners to own 100%.
no, Mr. President, there is none.
There is
But
not.
we're
No
not only
communication.
speaking in behalf of these franchise holders. We're also seeing the potential for our countrymen because there may be other companies abroad or foreign investors who may not necessarily want to partner up with the existing telco companies that we have, but are a little bit apprehensive if they cannot have majority control. Therefore, they're not exerting effort to invest in the country.
Yes. Are we aware of any?
Um, Mr. President, I believe that there was a time that Telstra um, was interested in investing here. I'm not sure if they still are, but they're a partner, I think, of I don't know which telco company.
Okay, we already discussed, Mr. President, no? The reason why we even have this critical infrastructure definition here, and I think we discussed this already, and we are defining it refers to systems and assets, whether physical or virtual, so vital to the Republic of the Philippines that the incapacity or destruction of such systems would have a debilitating impact on national security. And we're defining them here, Mr. President. So one is telecommunications, no? Uh, do you think that the understanding of the ordinary understanding of telecommunication is that, isn't it? It is a public utility. Would you consider telecommunications a public utility?
Mr. President, I don't think it's a natural monopoly because telecommunications now, there are many different formats already that can be used for telecommunications. So
Yeah.
no, I
Well,
don't think it's a
yes.
public utility.
A public utility vehicle would not have a natural monopoly too. Is that correct? Let's say jeepneys. Maraming
Um,
jeep sa kalsada. It is not a
well,
natural monopoly.
that is true. But one of the
Yes.
conditions of a public utility, aside from it being a monopoly, is that also it protects the interests of the country. So whether it be national security or economic security, those are one of the things that are considered.
Okay. Anyway, I suppose when we get to the definition of public utility and we're getting there, we will discuss the nuances, Mr. President. No? But let me move on. No? So from telecommunications, the next would be here is air carriers. No? I know that in the original committee report, there was no distinction of air carriers, but it was common carriers. And my understanding is that in this committee report, amendments to the original committee report, we're carving out air carriers from common carriers. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. How many airlines do we have in the country?
Well, I believe we have Philippine Airlines, Cebu Pacific. I think Air Asia is considered, and then there are also others that have
Yes.
come across our committee to ask for a franchise. I just forget the name, but they're mostly local carriers.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And all of them secure franchises from Congress. So telecommunications and air carriers secure franchises from Congress. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes.
Oh, okay. And would you know the ownership structure also of Philippine Airlines?
The ownership structure. I can check, Mr. President. One minute suspension.
Yes.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, just to finish just to respond to the question, Philippine Airlines ownership, 40% AirAsia Investment Limited, Malaysia, 60% FNS Holdings, Philippines.
Air Asia is one of the owners of Philippine Airlines today, 40%.
AirAsia Investment Limited. So I don't know if it's the same company as AirAsia,
Okay,
the
thank you
airline.
for that. Thank you for the information. Mr. President, the reason why I ask these questions is because at the appropriate time, we are in effect discussing already here the propriety of having this eventually as public services in the future section. No? So of course, I would have proposed certain amendments on this section, but I know that they will be controversial and that they will be laid on the table. No? There is an agreement between myself, the minority leader, the sponsor of the measure, and the majority leader that for today, I have no objection if we were to take up non-controversial amendments to the PSA as we agreed during the break. So having said that, I will continue my proposed amendments at the appropriate time once we've agreed already on the non-controversial amendments, if that is okay with the sponsor. Based on our
Yes,
agreement.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
So any more amendments on page 2?
I think we will, for now, I think we will suspend the amendments proposal of Senator Recto. I think that's his proposal.
That's why. So how about the sponsor or any other members? Any amendments on page 2?
Mr. President, perhaps I can just read by Senator the proposals that are non-controversial and we've already accepted. There's one
All right.
from Senator Drilon. I'll just read all of his proposed amendments.
Okay.
Okay. This is the amendments of Senator Drilon. On page 2, lines 11 and 12, delete the phrase providing a public service. I accept that, Mr. President.
Providing a public service.
Yes, it's just
Delete. Dapat talaga,
grammatically incorrect.
sama ng
Masama
English.
yun.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Okay. On page 3, line 15, replace the phrase which may include but are not limited to namely trucks for hire.
Page 3,
Yes, page 3 na po.
line 15.
Page 3, line 15, replace the phrase which may include but are not limited to. And then change it to namely trucks for hire.
Namely,
I accept.
yes. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 16 and 17, delete the phrase transport network vehicle service. And I accept.
And the TNVS,
Yes.
delete that also. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 4, line 22, after distribution, insert or transmission. I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 23, delete item number 2. I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 25, after transmission, insert or distribution. I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 13, line 5. Oh, I'm sorry. On line 26 and
Page
27.
13, line
yeah,
26.
line 26 and 27, delete item number 4. I accept.
Page 13?
Yes, it's still, no, I'm sorry. We're still on page 4.
Okay.
I had to go back. I'm sorry. So on line
Page 4,
26
line 26.
and 27, delete item number 4. I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 30, delete and seaports. And
Mm.
I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Between lines 30 and 31, insert seaports, semicolon, and I accept.
Mr. President, just a query.
Yes, Senator Recto.
Yeah, just are we on page 4 and are we talking about definition already of a public utility?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so these are material, these are controversial issues that I think many of us should be voting on at the appropriate time. So I have no objection at this juncture if that is the procedure, but at the appropriate time, could we look back at these issues? Limbawa.
Yes.
Yes. Is that
Yes, we
is that
can look
okay?
back to it later on, but I think the amendment on line 30 is merely separating airports from seaports. That
Um,
is the amendment.
is that it? Because wait,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Separating it
He's
on.
retaining airports and removing 8 and seaports. That's Senator Drilon's amendment, and makes the renumbered seaports the next one after airports.
Is that so?
Yeah,
Okay, I have
it's
no
just a
objection.
style. It's just a
Yes,
style.
got it.
Yeah.
Sorry for
All
that.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Okay, now moving on. So renumber the provisions accordingly.
Yes, renumbered.
Moving forward on page 13, line 5, after the section title, before the words the president, insert upon the order of. We
On the
accept.
order of. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 6, delete initiate A. We accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 6, between review and A, delete off. I accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 7 to line 15, delete from the word if all the way to line 14's to council.
The council. Up to in the council. Delete.
Yes.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 17, delete praise the president or we accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 14, line 9, replace the word to with or. We accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
From lines 10 to 12, delete the whole paragraph and replace with there is no adequate and appropriate measure and authority for the president to protect the national security threat posed by the covered transactions. We accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
From lines 13 to 17, delete the whole paragraph. We accept.
13 to 17. Up to the word transaction. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
For this section, omnibus change from lead agency to relevant administrative agency, subject to style, Mr. President. We accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And I think, okay, here. On page 15, line 5, in the section title, after the word by, insert an entity controlled by or acting on behalf of the foreign government or. We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 5, at the start of the section content, before the words foreign state, insert foreign state, insert an entity controlled by or acting on behalf of the foreign government or We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On line 14, after the word security, insert an entity controlled by or acting on behalf of the foreign government, or I so move.
Any
I mean, I'm
objection?
sorry, I accept.
Hearing none, adopted.
And there are no more, wait, hold on, Mr.
Drilon
President.
amendments.
There are no more amendments from Senator Drilon. And then maybe we can continue with the others next time.
Majority Leader.
Yes, okay, Mr. President, so that we can prepare a clean copy and then, so we can see all the amendments read by Senator on the record. So with that, Mr. President, if that's also acceptable to Senator Ralph, I move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended. The Secretariat is directed to prepare a clean copy.
Mr. President, I think I have some news that I believe Senator Drilon will be very happy with as well. We have, and all our colleagues, we already received the copy of House Bill number 10261, an act fixing the last day of registration of voters for the 2022 national local elections. And I move, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, that we adopt House Bill number 10261 as an amendment to Senate Bill number 2408, Sansa Bicameral Conference Committee meeting. This is the measure extending registration of voters for the 2022 national elections. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. So adopted.
So congratulations to my colleagues. We'll just have to await enrollment and for the president's signature. We're hoping that the president will sign this into law, Mr. President. Give our people a chance to register some more for the more people to register for the upcoming elections.
Well, just like the BARM ratification,
Yes, sir.
if he does not sign it in the next few days, the filing will be ending on October 8th.
Yes, sir. But we adopted the House version, Mr. President. The House
That's
version
right.
is different from ours because the House version, Mr. President, says upon the approval of this law, 30 days extension. So,
No, I mean, registration, I'm talking about the BARM kanina.
oh,
The
yeah.
ratification. If the president does not sign it in the next few days, the group in the BARM should file their certificates of candidacy.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm sure they'll sign it right away kasi certified naman po ito, Mr. President. So, well, thank you. Thank you to our dear colleagues. Mr. President, did I suspend already consideration? I did, Mr. President.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, there's a few more measures. I know we're the latest of the hour, but we'll move quickly. I'd like, if with the permission of Senator Gordon, if he's ready, we move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1947. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Richard Gordon, the chairperson of the Committee on Justice,
Thank you, Committee
to
amendments.
amend Senator, I believe there are amendments by Senator Bato de la Rosa.
All right, Senator the Gordon, sponsor is recognized, and the period of amendments is Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Hindi pa pala tonight? Not tonight? I'm sorry, I just got a note from Senator De La Rosa, but maybe the good senator can confirm if he's ready for amendments tonight or for...
Yeah, Mr. President, I just made a communication with the office of Senator Gordon and to the majority leader that I will make my amendments on Wednesday, if it's okay with the good sponsor, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Gordon, go ahead.
the Supreme Court is on my tail on this one, and they've been waiting for this bill. May I prevail upon my friend, the good senator from Davao, Ron De La Rosa, if he can submit this amendment now or tomorrow at the latest, so we can at least go for third reading or second reading, whatever. I mean, I don't think we can do it on third reading because there's a 3-day rule.
Okay, Mr. President, we can do it tomorrow if hindi pwede sa Wednesday. Mag-adjust ako tomorrow, Mr. President.
Perfect, Mr. President.
right.
Thank the gentleman from Davao del Sur for that. With that,
Will there be any other amendments, Majority Floor Leader? Will there be any other? Senator
No,
Sue?
sir. No, sir. Only the
Wala
one
na
of
ibang
Senator
amendment
De La
from
Rosa.
any of the other colleagues?
No more, sir.
Because I
Senator.
adjusted the bill in fact, for Senator De La Rosa, I adjusted the bill. Many of the bills of the, has been, language has been amended to accommodate Senator De La Rosa. This is important to the judiciary.
Hirap may mga amendment niya. Ano ka?
Okay, Mr. President, we guarantee to put this again on priority tomorrow, so we can handle it tomorrow. With that, move to suspend consideration of the matter.
All right. Hearing no objection, consideration suspended.
On the bills for interpellation, with the permission of Senator Joel Villanueva, and Senator Rector sponsors, there's a request by Senator Tolentino together with Senator Ping Lacson, who've been patiently waiting here on the floor, to bump up their interpellation because there's a few interpellators on Senate Bill number 255. So with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 255.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Tolentino. These measures on the exemption of population land area requirements for ERA or cityhood, I think, if I'm not mistaken. May we recognize the sponsor, and I believe the Senator, the son of the father of the local government code, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, would like to interpolate the good sponsor, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Tolentino is recognized as sponsor and to interpolate Senator Pimentel.
Mr. President, can I ask for a few minutes suspension? I will go down to the plenary, to the session hall, sir.
All right.
I'm still
Session
in the
sus-
office. Just go down, yes, sir.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you for giving me time. Calm down. Uh, First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate the sponsor and the authors for coming up with this idea contained in this measure, which I think gives flexibility to the standards found in the local government code written way back in 1990, if I'm not mistaken. So this is actually a good example of the use of imagination to give some flexibility into our rules. So if, with the permission of the sponsor, if this representation can ask a few questions, just to clarify some of the concepts that we encounter when we study and read this measure.
Willingly, Mr. President, I do this together with my kababayan from Cavite. So this is going to be a two-barreled approach.
Yes, thank you. I think the purpose of the measure, Mr. President, is to exempt from two requirements a municipality which wants to convert itself into a component city. So may we know currently how many requirements are there, and what requirement are we not changing in this measure, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. The requirements right now is enunciated in Section 450 of the Local Government Code as amended by Republic Act 9009, and it states that the municipality or cluster of barangays may be converted into a component city if it has a locally generated annual income certified by the Department of Finance of at least 100 million pesos, Mr. President, for the last 2 consecutive years based on year 2000 constant prices. And if it has either of the following requisites: contiguous territory of at least 100 square kilometers, certified by the Land Management Bureau, or meaning either a population of not less than 150,000 inhabitants as certified by the National Statistics Office, Mr. President.
So tatlo, Mr. President.
Tatlo, Mr. President.
Yes,
but,
tatlo.
Dalawa lang po ang kailangan because the last two
Yes.
is or.
So it's a combination, yes, of income, locally generated average annual income, and contiguous territory, or locally generated average annual income and population. Is that
Yes,
is that the correct way of reading, sir, the section?
Income, and if it has either of the following: contiguous territory of 100 square kilometers, or population of not less than 150,000 inhabitants.
Yes. So so it's income plus territory, income plus population, or the presence of the three.
Yes.
Pwede rin. So yeah, the tatlong possible combinations. So that is found in Section 450 of the Local Government Code. And our measure now inserts a paragraph after the paragraph AII provided that paragraph. There's an insertion.
Yes,
So-
Mr. President. That would be the exception to the general rule mentioned a while ago by the son of the father of the Local Government Code.
Yes, sir. But the Senate bill that I'm looking at, Senate Bill number 255, is now proposed by our committee report to be amended. So this locally generated average annual income of 250 million pesos, the committee wants to amend and raise to 400 million. Is that
Correct, Mr.
correct?
President.
Okay. But the measure, sir, as the Senate Bill 255 mentions population of not less than 100,000 inhabitants. So is that consistent with the current requirement found in 450 AII, which states that a population of not less than 150,000 inhabitants?
Mr. President, there is apparently, and that's his honor is correct that there is now a variance. The reduction here, Mr. President, it's not just a reduction of the population requirement, but is a recognition of some LGUs that are really showing, paving the way, trailblazing their economic viability standard, Mr. President. And without doubt, Mr. President, what these LGUs are showing, if it is 250 million or 400 million as will be proposed, is that they have reached a stature wherein they earn more, they can provide more with a lesser number of population density, and thus attain some measured standards of sustainability. So, Mr. President, what this bill is providing is giving a premium to economic viability, which is, Mr. President, by the way, contained in a Supreme Court decision, Navarro versus Executive Secretary GR 180050, 12 April 2011, that the primordial criterion in the creation of local government units should be economic viability. So the reduction here of the population is not a mere lessening of the requirements, standard requirements of Section 450, but a requirement, a recognition that there are local government units earning more, providing more services for lesser population. And
Yes.
and that would include perhaps lesser land area, Mr. President.
So it's intentional. That's the point, Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
President.
President.
Intentional ito, 100,000 talaga. But when it comes to the land area, the measure, the paragraph, the mandatory paragraph does not change the 100 square kilometers.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
From my copy here, it's the same, 100 square kilometers.
So in effect, sir, if this municipality or cluster of barangays is so economically viable that the the locally generated average annual income is at least 400 million pesos, we will lessen the population requirement. Tama po ba yan?
That's the implication, Mr. President, because
Okay.
what we're
Sige,
trying to
klaro.
project now is sustainability and livability, Mr. President.
So when this measure is adopted into law, there will be two paths. There will be two paths for a municipality or cluster of barangays to become a component city.
Correct, Mr. President.
Depending on your income.
Correct, Mr. President. The usual path contained in Section 450 of the Local Government Code, plus this exception to that Section 450, which will be a part of the amendatory measure, which will create a new pathway for municipalities showing that they are viable economically to become cities, to be upgraded upgraded into cities without having that population requirement, because the essence here, Mr. President, is that ultimately you will reach that population threshold of 150,000. Whether you like it or not, 2 decades from now, you will reach that. But what is being recognized here is your ability with lesser tax base, the human resource. And yet, at the same time, having that 250 million, or as to be proposed later, 400 million as your income, it shows that you know how to manage your resources, you know how to generate revenue locally, you know how to produce a livable community, among others, Mr. President.
This requirement, Mr. President, that the threshold amount shall be increased by 5% 3 years after the effectivity of this act, and every 3 years thereafter, will still be maintained, even if we are going to increase the threshold amount to 400 million.
Yes, Mr. President, but with the permission of the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, perhaps my co-sponsor, the prime sponsor of this measure, Senator Lacson, can assist me in explaining the question, responding to the question of the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro.
Yes, Senator Lacson is recognized.
Yes, the reason why we inserted that proviso as proposed is that every 3 years after the effectivity of this act, if approved, there should be an incremental increase of 5% in the income of the city that has become, the municipality that has become or qualified to become a city. It is to maintain the economic activities in that particular municipality turned into city.
No, it shall be the threshold amount.
The threshold amount is 400.
Increases every
3 years.
every 3 years after 3 years of effectivity. This is now for municipalities which want to be component cities.
Yes, that will apply.
So yun,
Yes.
nag-increase. So
It will apply.
for example, sir, the 400, example, let's say we pass this at 400 million threshold
Yes.
amount. 3 years after the effectivity, the threshold amount will now be 420 million.
Yes.
So
So that will apply to future applicants for conversion into a city.
yes,
Mr. President. And so forth and so on.
yes, sir. That is but that is now the second mode of becoming a city. But the first mode, which is an income of 100 million pesos, that does not change, Mr. President. Found in 450 paragraph A.
That is correct, Mr. President.
So that does not change.
That does not change.
Yes, correct, if I may.
Yes, sir.
That will not change, but this is just the exception for those with less than 100,000 population.
Tama. Yun pala
This would
maliliit
apply.
to. Okay, so now, yes, sir. I now appreciate the purpose of the measure, which is really to give this. Practically, we have in mind the municipalities with smaller population, smaller than 150,000. That's it. But with great income, with local income. That's it.
Yes, Mr. President,
This is
because some LGUs would want to maintain their smaller population, at the same time provide greater services. So it's not a race to have more people, but it's a race to have better services and better resources.
Did we have any LGU in mind when this was drafted, sir, as a potential beneficiary?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Mr. President. Yes. As of now, there are 4 municipalities that would be affected. But even if without this amendment, 2 of the 4 are already qualified, namely Limay Bataan, on the basis of their population and geographical area, and also Cainta Rizal. So dalawa lang yung talagang incidentally, and this is incidentally, parehong Cavite
Yes, sir.
municipalities, no?
Which one?
Rosario and
Rosario.
Carmona. This is to give also the chance or the opportunity to those municipalities, kasi ang area po constant eh.
Yeah.
And in my sponsorship speech, co-sponsorship speech, I made mention of Vatican City as an example, na kahit napakaliit ng area, sobrang laki naman ng kanilang income. In fact, one of the highest income na na-generate in that city, Mr. President. Vatican ba ng Rome? Rome. I'm sorry, Mr. President, not Vatican, but Rome.
So how about Boracay, sir? Boracay. Because I'm sure siguro if ang income siguro ng Boracay. I may be mistaken. I'm just looking at the economic activities there. The locally generated income might be 400 million.
Mr. President, I don't think Boracay is a municipality.
Yes, but this benefit can be given to a cluster of barangays.
Yes,
Yes,
that is
so
correct, Mr. President. So Boracay
So
could,
what if let's say the cluster of barangays composing that what we call Boracay earns 400 million
a year,
yes, locally generated
Yes.
income. So
then it could apply.
it could be yes.
Yes, Mr. President.
So thank you.
If I may add, Mr. President, if the gentleman is referring to Malay, it won't qualify in terms of the population because it's just 60,000 as of 2020, 60,077, and the land area is 66.01. So hindi po magka-qualify. More so if we increase the income requirement to 400 million, Mr. President.
It can so even looking at the income,
The income right now is 270 plus million,
ang layo.
275 million. So they may have the income, but they will not have the population or they will not have the land area.
So okay, thank you very much for those inputs, sir. So is it the analysis of the sponsor that the 4 municipalities, Limay, Bataan, Cainta, Rizal, Rosario, Cavite, Carmona, Cavite, will also have no chance to be a component city if we do not pass this measure?
It will take time insofar as the population is concerned. The land area perhaps will remain constant.
Okay.
But the other purpose here, the other purpose of this measure, Mr. President, is for the other LGUs to see this 4 or 2 LGUs as the torchbearer, so to speak, Mr. President, to serve as models that even small-sized LGUs with lesser land area or lesser population can have greater resources and not be totally dependent on the national government, Mr. President. So it will serve as a model for other LGUs to see this trailblazing LGUs, and it's not just reflective of collection of taxes. It's also reflective of good governance, Mr. President.
So thank you, sir. The measure is becoming clearer and clearer to this representation. And only one more point, because I think you introduced a new concept here about the last sentence, the last proviso of the amendatory paragraph. provided further that the newly converted cities from the enactment of this act shall bring their ERA share as municipalities to the ERA share of cities to minimize the effect of conversion. I think you have given this a name, ERA portability. May we know how this will work, sir, and
Again,
why we need to introduce this concept?
again, Mr. President, this is a good innovation, and if the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro would allow, my colleague from Cavite can further elaborate on this.
The distinguished gentleman from Cavite is recognized.
Yes,
Senator
portability meaning that the era of the municipality that is applying to become a city will carry their era as a municipality. Even if they are already converted as a city, they will still carry their era as a municipality, Mr. President.
Meaning to say, the municipality becomes a component city, but it will not feel the immediate effects in its era, through its era, because
Yes.
it will stay
Yes,
the
Mr.
same.
President.
It will stay the same as if it were still a municipality.
For 3 years, Mr.
Yes,
President.
and because the era concept, Mr. President, is like a pie, and it's divided 60-40, 40% for local government units, and then within this 40% of the pie, provinces get a certain percentage, cities, municipalities. I think the consultants know that, and barangays.
Yes.
So this municipality, which becomes a city, will continue to receive the same amount of ERA when it was a municipality, but now the funds come from which slice of the pie? The slice for the cities or the slice for the municipalities?
In the meantime, the slice of the pie of the municipalities, Mr. President, the total pie of the municipalities will be reduced on account of the portability proviso under this measure. So, the cities will not still feel the impact of being reduced, no, of having their ERA reduced, even if the municipality or municipalities will be converted into cities.
Yes, that would lessen resistance actually,
That
Mr.
is the
President,
intent. That is the intent,
from
Mr.
existing
President.
cities. Okay, but I hope this will work because the recipients would technically already be cities, and yet we will be taking them from. I have forgotten how, Mr. President,
34%.
if the sponsor can tell us.
The pie of the municipalities would be 34%.
34% is the
Cities would be
municipality.
23%.
Cities would have
23%.
30?
23%.
23%. So yun po yun eh. 23% of that 40%.
Yes.
Yes. So 23 sa cities, 34 sa municipalities. So yung ERA portability concept that is being introduced by this measure is newly created component city brings with it its ERA chargeable to the 34% of the municipalities. I think that is clear, Mr. President, and let us just hope that this will work. Who will make the IRR for this one, Mr. President, so that the details should be anticipated, Mr. President?
We're looking, Mr. President, at of course, the ILG, the BLGF would be playing a major role because we're talking now here of the CPI. So, and of course, the inputs coming from the major leagues would likewise be generated, Mr. President.
Did we state how long, Mr. President, that the amount of the ERA will be fixed at the time when it was still a municipality? How long will that be? This portability?
From my understanding, is that it's going to be 3 years, Mr. President. It will hardly be felt by the cities. I agree with my colleague from Cavite, because when it happens next year or the year thereafter, you will have the Mandanas ruling implemented. So there is a windfall being expected by other LGUs.
I think the Mandanas ruling would increase ERA by an average of 27%, if I'm not
Yes, that is
mistaken. If I'm not
27 to
mistaken.
29%.
If we want to make a rough estimate of the beneficial effect to LGUs, you add 27%. So if the intention is to make the ERA portability last for 3 years, I suggest, Mr. President, that we just make it clear na 3 years kasi parang it's not, when you read it up to the end of the paragraph, it's not clear because the 3 years would refer to the threshold amount, not to the ERA portability. So maybe in the time,
Yes, Mr.
we
President.
can take a look at this and improve it in the time period for amendments, Mr. President. But in the meantime, sir, I have been clarified. So I could see now the point for the measure. And again, congratulations once again for introducing this ERA portability and for showing us the use of imagination in improving the local government code of 1991, and of course adjusting to realities, no, which may not have been foreseen when the code was written, because because of the parameters, some LGUs might have really been disqualified from ambitioning to become cities. Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, and I'm sure my great lawyer before will be proud of this innovation. And I'm referring to the father of the local government code.
Mayor Francis Tolentino was one of his clients, prized clients.
When Senator Pimentel was still a law student, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Sponsor.
you,
sir.
gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator Coco Pimentel. Thank you, Senator Ping Lacson. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, if I may be allowed to also ask a few questions lang on the proponent, Mr. President.
Yes, the Majority Leader, Senator Mig Subiri, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'm sure after this interpellation, he will be glad, he would gladly replace you in the podium also to preside for today's hearings. Mr. President, with the permission of our colleague from Cavite, may we accept some clarificatory questions, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Willingly to the Mayor from
Salamat po, Mr. President. The reason why I raised or stood up today to raise a few questions is because you all know that in the far-flung provinces, it's very difficult for municipalities, first-class municipalities, to become cities. Particularly, we had amended the local government code a few years ago, increasing the amount of income a particular municipality can have for qualifying to be a city. And one of my towns, for the record, Manolo Fortich, has been applying for future cityhood because Manolo Fortich, the town of Manolo Fortich has the population, they have the land area, and we're beside, neighbors po kami ni Senator Pimentel sa Cagayan de Oro. But we have only complied with the income just recently, no? And the last 2 years we have complied with the income. However, there is some sort of formula computation. Apparently, it's indexed to 2010 figures. Kaya hindi pa rin kami nakakapasok sa IRA, sa income to be able to come up with the qualifications for cityhood for the place. My worry lang, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is kung ma-amend ang batas at tataas pa rin po yung 250 million peso income, annual income, ay talagang katulad ng Manolo Fortich na have already achieved 100 plus million a year income, hindi na sila may papasok po or considered as city. Or am I mistaken with that idea, Mr. President, that this is only an exemption to areas which have small, that cannot comply with land and population. Because if that is the qualification, and maybe if the good gentleman will allow me to introduce an amendment to that effect, that it will not, that this is an exemption and it will not affect the original law or the intent of the original law, particularly on income to those areas that have complied with land area and population. Di okay po tayo. Is that the understanding,
Mr. President, to clarify, the every 3 years after the effectivity requirement increase would apply only to those who qualified under the exception. So Manolo Fortis will be, if I'm not mistaken, would be utilizing the usual route. So Manolo Fortis has 113,200 population therein, or more than 100 square kilometers therein. So what will happen now is for Manolo Fortis to comply with the income requirement. And from my records here, if we apply the year 2012 consumer price index, it's still below almost 20 million
Yes,
pesos.
yes.
So there is no need for the gentleman from Bukidnon to be worry of the every 3 years increase, because that will only apply for those who went to the cityhood route utilizing the exception. But if
understand.
Manolo Fortis will utilize the usual route, it won't apply to them.
I understand. So I just want to get that assurance from the sponsor that this is an exemption to the local government formula for cities, for the creation of cities. And maybe at the proper time, we can stress that, Mr. President, with the perfecting or a clarificatory amendment that we can craft, Mr. President, to that effect.
Yes, yes. We're willing to work with the majority leader in
Thank you.
fine-tuning this, Mr. President.
Yeah, we're just worried, like Senator Coco and myself are from Mindanao. Many municipalities there are striving to become future cities. So I just wanted to clarify that this is not the rule, the 250 million income, because definitely many up and coming municipalities to cities will not be able to comply.
Yeah.
So thank you for that explanation, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and probably in the period of amendment, we can propose some of these amendments, Mr. President.
The
Thank
same
you.
sentiment, Majority Leader, from this representation,
yes,
as we have a
Bulacan.
lot of cities, municipalities in Bulacan. I think there's also one in the pipeline already. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Baliwag City, Your Honor. Also,
I think it's Marilao, Mr. President.
Marilao. And I think
Marilao is
Baliwag.
number 4 in my list. It's more than 254,000 population.
Yes.
Land area is okay. So Marilao is a candidate. No, land area is not okay.
Yeah.
It's just 34 square kilometers, Mr. President.
But the income and population will suffice.
Yes, Mr. President.
Anyway,
So
yes,
with that
thank you.
case, Mr. President, with that formula that you're going to propose for the amendment of the local government code, places like Marilao now can apply for cityhood.
Right now, Mr. President, Marilao can apply, and almost hovering near the fringes would be Baliwag, Bulacan, and on the higher order would be Santa Maria, Bulacan.
Thank you. Thank you
How
for
about
that.
Bukawi, sir? Hindi pa. Bukawi?
Bukawi.
Of my hometown, of our distinguished colleague, Senator Villanueva. Hindi pa pala.
It's okay.
Malapit na.
It's almost there, but
Almost
yes,
there.
Mr. President.
Itataas na nila yung presyo ng paputok, Mr. President.
It's okay.
Ng fireworks.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino.
All right, thank you very
Majority
much.
Leader.
Yeah, but to allow our colleagues to study it a bit further,
Mr.
maybe
President.
spend consider.
Yes,
Mr. President.
yes, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
I would like to ask just a few questions from our sponsors, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Willingly from the former sponsor of this measure, which I just inherited, Mr. President.
Please proceed. You.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the chair of the local government committee, and there are some creative provisions here, and I laud the authors for coming out with that. In fact, I support the measure, Mr. President. I just want to clarify if the sponsor feels that the distribution of ERA under the local government code between provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays is equitable, in his opinion.
That's very subjective, Mr. President. Made during the early 90s. Equitability probably would be a definition hard to explain. So it would depend, Mr. President, on other factors. For instance, the location of the region, regions or LGUs always hit by natural disasters, especially typhoons, LGUs that are blessed with abundant natural resources or even with tourism potential. So is it equitable? The framers of the local government code probably tried to make it really equitable, but we cannot have a perfect standard for this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that answer. Let me ask, in the great province of Cavite, how many cities are there, Mr. President?
How many cities are there in Cavite? They used to joke that we have 13 cities because of Trece Martires. But utilizing my fingers, we have Tagaytay, General Trias, Dasmariñas, Imos, Cavite City, Trece Martires, Bacoor. We have 7.
Seven. How many are there in the province of Laguna, Mr. President?
Province of Laguna, we have Santa Rosa, we have Binyan, we have Calamba, Santa Cruz, San Pablo City. Santa Cruz is not a city. The same is true of Pagsangan. So we have 4. San Pedro, Mr. President, is a city. We have 5.
Bulacan, Your Honor?
The gentleman from Aurora is making me have a recital, so I will try to
We have San Jose del Monte,
San Jose del Monte,
Maykawayan,
Malolos, Maykawayan, Marilao is not yet a city, Santa Maria is not yet a city, so Bulacan is not a city. I think we have 3, Mr. President, if I'm not mistaken.
Last enumeration, I apologize, it's not, I'm trying to get to a point here. I'll try to get to it very quickly, Mr. President. How about Negros Occidental?
I think Negros, we have more than a dozen, Mr. President. We have Sagay, we have Bacolod, and a lot of other cities.
Okay. That's
13 cities.
fine.
13 cities. 13 cities.
My point is, Mr. President, is there some kind of clustering effect for cities? Meaning you tend to have cities in very highly populated areas, Mr. President. So that's why I mentioned Cavite, Laguna, Negros, and of course NCR, where it's only Pateros remains to not be a city.
So, in effect, what the gentleman from Aurora is trying to decipher is that is there a trend wherein highly populated areas tend to have more cities? Is that the question?
The question is there a clustering effect of some sort, Mr. President? Meaning, if you have 1 or 2 cities, then you tend to have the cities cluster around those areas at some point.
Well, Mr. President, if the clustering being defined by the good gentleman equates to migration, reverse migration, and the creation of bedroom communities because of high economic activities in a certain locality, he might be correct. He might be correct. The same applies to Cebu. When you refer to Mandaue, Talisay, Cebu City, Naga, and the other adjoining areas to include Lapu-Lapu City, Mr. President. So clustering would mean integration perhaps of services, interconnection of good roads, movability of people residing in Naga, going to Talisay, going to Cebu, going to Mandaue. So if that is clustering, I think that has a good net effect, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I forgot Cebu actually, but it's a good example. How about how many provinces in the Philippines don't have cities, Mr. President?
I think the gentleman from Aurora is very passionate in having Baler declared a city. The same is true with Camarines Norte. They want to have Daet be declared as a city. The smaller provinces, Guimaras, Biliran, Siquijor, they still don't have a city, and several other provinces which escapes my attention right now. The island provinces, according to the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I was sitting in the seat of the gentleman as local government chair, there were 28 cityless provinces, Mr. President.
28, yes.
Yes. So I don't know. I'm not updated. This is 2017 data, Mr. President. I haven't had I'm very busy with the Finance Committee, so I haven't had time to update the data, and it probably hasn't moved too much. It could be baka 26 or 27 na lang siya ngayon. But I'm just wondering if the formula, which was so brilliant back in 1991, is still. I want to solicit the opinion of the sponsor if it works for equity's sake, because this is almost 1/3 of the country if you're talking about provinces, because we have 81 provinces and 28 28 times 3, what is that? That's 84. So yeah, it's almost 1/3 of the country who don't have cities. Is that fair, Mr. President?
I think if fairness would be a barometer, it won't be fair because some areas really don't have that city, including Quirino and all other areas. You're correct. You're correct in that notion, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to place on record in the region, that's one of the poorest, I think, in terms of regions.
Tabuk is a
Mountain
city, Mr.
Province,
President.
Ifugao, Abra, and Apayao, who do not have
Yes,
cities.
Yes,
In
Kalinga is
Region
one.
2, yeah, in Region 2, you have Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, Batanes. In Region 3, you have Aurora, my province, my home province. In Region 4B, you have Occidental Mindoro, Romblon, and Marinduque. In Region 5, you have Catanduanes and Camarines Norte. In Region 6, you have Aklan, Antique, Guimaras. In Region 7, you have Siquijor. In Region 8, you have Northern Samar and Biliran. In Region 9, you have Zamboanga, Sibugay. In Region 10, you have Camiguin, the home province of Senator Pimentel and Majority Leader Zubiri. In the home region, rather. In Region 11, you have Compostela Valley and Davao Occidental. In Region 12, you have Sarangani. In Region 13, Dinagat Island. In ARM, you have Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, and Maguindanao. These are the 28 provinces that as of 2017 did not have cities, Mr. President. And does the sponsor see any correlation between poverty and the lack of cities, perhaps?
I think poverty can be one factor that can be attached to that cityhood dream. But Mr. President, I cited a while ago a Supreme Court decision wherein economic viability was the benchmark cited by the Supreme Court in the upgrading of an LGU. So perhaps, Mr. President, that can be a reason, but there are cities which are also considered poor. utilizing some standards of sustainability. I will not mention some Indian cities here, Mr. President. I will not mention some African cities, but poverty is an indication, perhaps, of the lack of adequate resources being utilized or inability of to project good governance. So a lot of other factors, Mr. President. That poverty is not the sole reason, perhaps, if that can satisfy the gentleman from Aurora, Mr. President.
Mr. President, is how much does a municipality's share of ERA increase when he becomes a city? When it becomes a city, rather. Does it double? Does it triple? Or is there a rough formula on the average?
It depends, Mr. President. There are areas with a twofold increase from the previous cities. It would have a windfall because of the estimated additional ERA, which it's called now NTA. So it really depends on the area population of the newly converted municipality. But definitely it's an increase, Mr. President.
Does a city serve as an engine of development for a province, Mr. President?
Definitely, Mr. President, but there will be there are some provinces questioning the conversion of cities because it reduces their take in the real estate taxes because the cities will be having a monopoly on that. But the law is flexible enough to answer that because the newly created city will have its own upgraded local health board, local school board, and will provide other services that will not necessitate the intervention of the provincial capital, Mr. President. So there are pros and cons, Mr. President.
What are some of the pros and cons, Mr. President?
Well, for the city, it will have an independence in terms of their budgetary execution. They will no longer rely on the Sangguniang Panlalawigan. Plus, they have their own they have a bigger share, and they can the collected income goes to the city coffers. If you have their municipality, it goes to the provincial treasurer's office. So there are some, and in terms of governance, the advantage here is that it being smaller in size, easily manageable and governable as compared to a province comprising of several municipalities. So again, it depends on a lot of other factors, Mr. President.
Thank you, dear sponsor. I would like to ask about Section 450 of the Local Government Code as amended by RA 9009. It says 100 million locally generated income for the last 2 consecutive years based on 2,000 constant prices. How does that work, Your Honor?
Yes, the 2,000 constant prices would be indicative of the deflated value of the income relative to the purchasing power, Mr. President. You're looking at the consumer price index here, and but the latest now, Mr. President, I was informed is that we're going to use the 2012 CPI, Mr. President. So, for instance, if the value is 450 million, it might, in effect, utilizing this formula, be just 415 million. Just an illustration of what it is, based on my, I have to admit, various briefings, Mr. President, from knowledgeable individuals.
Thank you, Your Honor. The 2012 you're referring to is under your bill, not under the Local Government Code.
Yes, Mr. President.
Are you amending the existing Section 450 to also use the 2012 constant prices, or you're not touching that 2000,
No, Mr.
the
President.
reference to 2000?
Yes, we're not touching that, Mr. President.
Okay. So I'm trying to operationalize it, Your Honor. Especially, I remember what the question of the majority leader regarding his town of Manolo Fortich. Meaning, does it mean that if the income of a municipality is actually 100 million, the requirement is actually higher because it is based on 2000 constant prices?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President.
What would the numerical equivalent be in terms of what would the peso equivalent be if you use that 2000 constant price?
So I gave an illustrative example, which is which I just took out of thin air. So, Mr. President, for instance, if the deflated value, Mr. President, would be at least 15%, if I'm not mistaken. So it decreases, Mr. President, and there is a formula for this. There is a formula for this based on the 2000 constant prices, if that's what you're looking at. And I have several notes here for various cities, Mr. President. As the year progresses, the value decreases. That's the constant prices. And the word right now they're using is CPI.
So, Your Honor, meaning an applicant for cityhood would need to have a higher income requirement than 100 million, in
Correct,
effect.
In effect, correct, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Your
Because
Honor.
the basis would be 2000, the last 2 consecutive years based on 2000 constant prices.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to solicit the thoughts of our author, and I thank him for engaging with this representation. I'm still of the opinion that we need. I regret not doing it when I was local government chair, but I tried to actually, but I encountered some resistance from the League of Cities. They didn't want any diminution, understandably so, of the city pie. But I think we still have to find perhaps some creative way of helping the 28 provinces who do not have cities, because it's been 30 years since we passed the local government code. And I think in the spirit of the local government code, a brilliant law authored by a brilliant lawmaker, we need to really help these guys, because just a cursory or basic rundown of the provinces, and you can note that a lot of them are pockets of poverty in our country, Mr. President. No, you look
I
at the
totally agree,
provinces.
Mr. President.
You look at provinces like Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, Maguindanao, Zamboanga, Sibugay, Northern Samar. These are among the poorest, the 10 or 20 poorest provinces of our country, Mr. President. And I think we owe it to ourselves as well as to our countrymen to maybe find the solution for this. And I thank our representation. I'm in favor of the bill, but I think the tendency is for the rich to get richer under the local government code, Mr. President. We have to find a stronger affirmative action, and hopefully, I'm willing to work with the chairman to look at ways to do so, Mr. President. I thank him for his patience, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Angara, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure further, we move to suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Yes, just a few important measures, Mr. President, before we adjourn for tomorrow. We had a long day today, particularly on for interpellations on the treaty on the Convention on Temporary Admissions and the resolution of Senator Coco Pimentel in relation to COVID containment and treatment of COVID-19. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Resolution number 832. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
I believe no member wishes to interpolate, although we have a colleague who, our minority floor leader, wishes to amend the measure. So with the permission of the body, Mr. President, we move to close the period of interpellation.
Just,
I think the minority.
Yes, minority.
Yes, the
floor leader.
minority leader is recognized.
uh, may we know what this resolution is all about? Is this a resolution concurring in the ratification of a treaty?
Yes, Mr. President, we'd like to recognize Senator Pimentel.
Yes,
for-
we recognize the chair of the committee and the sponsor, Senator Coco Pimentel.
I heard the number 832, so we are now, the measure is proposed Senate Resolution number 832. This is the resolution concurring in the accession to the Convention on Temporary Admission, which I tried my very best to explain the subject matter of the said treaty. So this is a convention, or in other words, also a treaty, Mr. Minority Leader.
Okay. Now, yes. This is a treaty of accession, and we are, this resolution is being proposed by way of concurring in the ratification of the treaty. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. This is as required by our Constitution. Yes, sir.
And therefore consistent with the Constitution and the decisions of the Supreme Court. Would the gentleman at the appropriate time accept an amendment which in effect will require Senate concurrence before the President can withdraw from the treaty?
Yes, yes. I am processing the proposal of the Minority Leader. If depends, sir, on, because I have seen a version mentioning a required majority. If we can keep it at a reasonable majority, then the definition of what the required majority is, if we can make it reasonable, then this representation is open, sir, to inserting a paragraph to that effect.
Well, we just mirror the requirement for concurrence. We mirror it in the withdrawal. So if we respectfully submit, if the concurrence requires a two-thirds vote, the withdrawal should also require a two-thirds vote.
Maybe we can relax the two-thirds, sir, for as long as there is a concurrence of the Senate, maybe majority of the members of the Senate. Because
Mr. President, there is a rationale for our proposal. The rationale being that we are just trying to mirror the requirement for concurrence and put it parallel to the requirement of withdrawal. Unless the good gentleman sponsor can rationalize why a different vote is necessary, I think there is every reason to mirror the process of ratification in the process of withdrawal in terms of the vote.
In concurrence, the requirement is two-thirds,
yes.
meaning to say more than a third can actually block concurrence to a treaty. So, if withdrawal from a treaty can be likened to blocking a treaty as if we never had the treaty, then the figure in my mind actually is not less than one-third. So it's a lower number, Mr. President.
I respectfully submit that there is no rationale presented by the good sponsor why we should not mirror the vote in the withdrawal as it is in the concurrence. In other words, if the concurrence would require two-thirds vote, then the same number should be required for the withdrawal.
Because the concurrence, sir, Mr. President, will now allow the introduction of new rules within our legal system because of a treaty. So that's why these rules were crafted beyond our shores. That's why we need maybe these two-thirds fixed in the Constitution. And if we do not want, the rules to be effective here, that means we do not concur in the ratification of the treaty, and we need just not less than one-third of the Senate to block actually the concurrence. So withdrawal from a treaty brings us to a situation like as if we did not ratify the treaty. So in my mind, I'm looking at actually the reverse. If two-thirds needs to concur to ratify a treaty, one-third, more than a third can block a treaty. Therefore, maybe ratification in the concurrence in the withdrawal should not be two-thirds. We can, I think, accept a lower number, Mr. President. A majority. I think there's nothing wrong with the majority because that still represents the sentiment of the Senate to withdraw from a treaty. Hence, whatever rules, new rules introduced by the treaty in our legal system will no longer be considered as binding on Filipinos on our legal system, Mr. President. So that's my justification, Mr. President, to request for a lower vote requirement in the withdrawal, so that we have more flexibility in withdrawals, Mr. President.
Well, on the other hand, the reason why we are saying that the withdrawal should mirror the accession is that it should require more qualified majority in order to allow the president to withdraw from a treaty which was concurred in by two-thirds of the Senate. And by the way, Mr. President, I don't know if the gentleman is aware that we have already ratified, we have concurred in the ratification of 17 treaties, which contains a provision that the withdrawal should have the concurrence of 17 members of the Senate. So this is not something new. We have 17 resolutions of concurrence where the withdrawal requires a two-thirds vote.
You are correct, Mr. Minority Leader. Yes.
So
you are correct. But we can, if we want to follow the what is this? The ruling in the decision penned by Justice Leonen, we are free. My interpretation, if that's a valid ruling, although some say it's just obiter dictum, we are free. The Senate is free to fix the vote requirement that we will recognize on a per treaty basis on if we will require concurrence to the withdrawal. That's my point, Mr. President. But I am open to the concept, the proposal of the minority leader. So we're just actually discussing, sir, the details on the vote that we will require to concur in the withdrawal from this particular treaty, the Convention on Temporary Admission. So, judging from, I propose a majority, the minority leader proposes two-thirds. So, I think we will easily resolve this in due time, Mr. President, in the time for amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor and the minority leader, just a quick interjection.
Yes, with the permission of the minority leader and Senator Pimentel, we recognize Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Yes, yes, very quickly. And we welcome the manifestation of the sponsor that he is willing to find a solution during the period of amendment. But I'd like to share, I share with the sentiments of the minority leader, because we already have 17 treaties that require a concurrence for its withdrawal of 17. I mean, of two-thirds. A two-thirds vote to allow for its withdrawal. We might find ourselves in a situation wherein we have various treaties. Some have two-thirds vote, some have three-fourths vote, some have majority vote, and I think that is not that would not be legislatively, or would not be advisable in terms of having various different criteria. And how do you now set the criteria? When do we say majority vote? What kind of treaty will be a majority vote? What kind of treaty will be a two-thirds vote? That will be problematic. So we hope that during the period of amendments, this matter can be resolved. And I share the sentiment of the minority leader that indeed you already have 17 treaties we've ratified that require a two-thirds vote for it to
Clear na yan. Clear.
be for the withdrawal to be valid.
Mr. President, we will just give examples so that our colleagues will be guided. And according to the committee secretary, we have 18. A minority leader, we have 18 treaties where we put a proviso that concurrence of the Senate is needed for the withdrawal from the agreement. But can I give two examples? Okay, Mr. President, for the guidance of everyone. For example, we have this resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the government of the Republic of the Philippines and the government of the United Mexican States, Mexico, Pobale, for the avoidance of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and the prevention of fiscal evasion. So this is also a treaty. This is how we wrote the paragraph. Resolved finally that the President of the Philippines may, with the concurrence of two-thirds of all the members of the Senate, withdraw from the agreement. That's example number one. Example number two will be now taken from resolution concurring in the ratification of the Articles of Agreement of the Asian Infrastructure Investments Bank, AIIB. Also a treaty or international agreement. Resolved finally that the President of the Philippines may, with the concurrence of the Senate, withdraw the membership of the Philippines from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So these are two ways that we have expressed our sentiment that withdrawal from the treaty or international agreement requires concurrence from the Senate. So this has happened. This is already past recorded acts of the Senate.
Yes. Mr. President, just to be more accurate, is it not a fact that we have 17 treaties where we impose the two-thirds vote for the withdrawal and one treaty where we impose the majority?
Confirmed. Yes, Mr. President, 17 treaties following the two-thirds, concurrence of two-thirds of all members of the Senate in the withdrawal, and then one treaty with no mention of the two-thirds. Yes, sir.
That's correct, sir. In other words, really the sentiment and the trend is to make it two-thirds, because this is in fact evidenced by the fact that 17 of the treaties that we gave for concurrence indicated a two-thirds vote for the president to withdraw. In other words, since two-thirds voted to concur, two-thirds must also concur in the withdrawal. That is most logical. We are just mirroring, if there's such a term, the withdrawal with the concurrence insofar as the vote is concerned.
Yes, sir. We will follow the sentiment of the majority of our colleagues, but in the second example, where there was no mention of two-thirds, that also did not affect the validity of our concurrence in the ratification, Mr. President. So that means what I'm trying to say is we have that flexibility actually to determine if we want Senate concurrence in the withdrawal, to determine the number of votes, which will constitute now the concurrence of the Senate. We have that flexibility, Mr. President, and it will not affect the validity of our concurrence in the ratification.
Nobody is, we are not saying that it will affect the validity of the concurrence. What we're just saying is we mirror the vote in the withdrawal as it is in the accession. That's the basic thing. And therefore, we make the role of the Senate more meaningful and our decision more premised on a extraordinary majority. The vote for the accession and the withdrawal would basically involve the same issues, if I may say. And therefore, if the Senate or the Constitution required two-thirds for the withdrawal, there is nothing illegal. It's a question of policy, therefore, that we should just follow and mirror the terms of the withdrawal. That will make the Senate's participation more meaningful, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. At least we have a meeting of the minds as far as expressing the need for Senate concurrence in the withdrawal to the agreement. I will just, as sponsor, I will just follow the prevailing sentiment among our colleagues. If we want to make it a strict two-thirds, we can make it a more lenient, more achievable, simple majority of all the members, Mr. President. So,
it is a policy issue, I must admit. There is nothing that would contravene the Constitution. In fact, we have done it 18 times. In 17 out of those 18, we required two-thirds. In one of those 18, we allowed a majority. So it's really a question of policy, what policy the Senate will adopt as a body.
yes, sir, Mr. President, a policy to be adopted by the present composition of the Senate, because we can also not predict how the future Senates will phrase their concurrence to treaties as well as the requirement for withdrawal, Mr. President. So I agree, sir. It's a matter of policy by this present Senate, Mr. President.
Yes, well, just to clarify the issue, there is no dispute between the good sponsor and this representation that we should continue to adopt the policy of concurrence in the withdrawal. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Especially if that will be backed by the majority or supermajority of our colleagues, then we will have to express that, Mr. President, in the concurring resolution.
We are saying that depending on the Senate, the Congress, in which Senate would be taking would be ratifying the treaty, the Senate can or the Senate can dispense with the requirement of concurrence in the withdrawal.
I think so, Your Honor, because we cannot this Senate cannot bind the future Senate, just as we always say that this present Congress cannot bind the future Congresses in the matter of laws. The same principle in the matter of the terms of concurrence to treaties, Mr. President. That's my position and understanding, Mr. President.
Okay, well, yes, I do respect the position of the good gentleman. My position is that the Supreme Court has recognized the authority granted to the Senate to concur in the withdrawal before the withdrawal can be made effective.
With the permission of the minority floor leader and the good sponsor, we just have a couple of more sponsorships online.
Yes.
I think this will take longer debate. With the permission of the
Absolutely.
minority floor leader, we can suspend this and discuss this again tomorrow with with our colleagues listening in on the
No problem. I have no objections to that, sir.
yes, because it's a good debate, and I believe it is a policy question. I tend to side with the minority floor leader that if it's a 2/3 vote, then therefore it's a 2/3 vote also to remove the concurrence.
Mr. President.
But before we do that, let's recognize Senator Pangilinan for a short manifestation, sir, because we have to.
Yes, very quickly. Perhaps this is also a subject matter for the Rules Committee that we can probably look into amending our rules to provide for precisely the procedure by which a treaty, once the executive department withdraws from the treaty, what will be the process in the Senate? That could be a matter that can be tackled, which may require ultimately an amendment of our rules so that ika nga, cuentas claras for future deliberations on ratifications or withdrawals of treaties.
Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Yes.
With the permission of the Minority Leader, since we were actually debating an amendment which is to come, so can we, if we can close the period for interpellations, we can continue the discussion of with the Minority Leader, if necessary, when the time comes when he will now propose an amendment, I think, to the resolution as an additional paragraph. Mr. President.
Will that be acceptable to the minority floor leader, Mr. President, because he still had the floor on the.
No problems with that, sir. Just so we can have one issue put to rest, and that is, as a matter of policy, the concurrence of the Senate should be required in the withdrawal from TTRIS. The issue left for us to debate on is the required vote for that withdrawal.
Yes.
On this premise, we have no problems with further debating to illuminate or to make us arrive at a rational decision on this point.
Yes, maybe with the agreement of the minority floor leader together with the sponsor, we can close the period of interpellation. And during the period of amendments, without prejudice, to asking questions. Yes.
Thank you.
We
can do that.
Thank
We
you.
see the minority floor leader nodding. Therefore, with that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpellation. So,
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to close the period of interpellations and debate is hereby carried.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the
Is
measure.
there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President.
Just to appeal, Majority Leader, we have been here for 12 hours.
Yes, don't worry. It's the last 3 days of work, so I'm begging the indulgence
that
of
on
the,
record, yes. Thank you.
the presiding officer. Few more minutes, Mr. President, just a few more minutes. Mr. President, I move for the additional reference of business because the sponsorship of our colleagues are in that additional reference of business. I believe it's only 1 page or 2 pages. So move, Mr. President.
The objection, Chair hears none. We direct the Secretariat for additional reference of business. I don't have a copy, Your Honors.
Second additional reference of business, committee reports. Committee report number 314, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical Educational Education and Finance, and House number 4959, introduced by Representative Romualdez et al., entitled "An Act Converting the Dulag Satellite Campus of the Eastern Visayas State University, located in the municipality of Dulag, province of Leyte, into a regular campus, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9311, and appropriating funds, therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1653, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 315, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher and Technical and Vocational Education and Finance, and House number 6877, introduced by Representative Frasco et al., entitled "An Act Establishing campuses of the Cebu Technological University, the municipalities of Liloan and Bourbon, province of Cebu, to be known respectively as the CTU Liloan Campus and CTU Bourbon Campus, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 316, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical, Vocational Education, and Finance, and House Number 6969, introduced by Representative Swan Singh et al., entitled An Act Establishing a Regular Campus of the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology in the Municipality of Santo Domingo, Province of Nueva Ecija, to be known as the newest Santo Domingo Campus, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 317, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Education, Vocational Education, and Finance, and House Number 7537, introduced by Representative Duhali et al., entitled An Act Establishing Campuses of the Davao del Norte State College in the municipalities of Carmen and Santo Tomas, and in the Island Garden City of Samal, Province of Davao del Norte, to be known respectively as the DNSC Carmen Campus, DNSC Santo Tomas Campus, and DNSC Island Garden City of Samal Campus, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 318, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance, and House Number 7687, introduced by Representative Bandok et al., entitled An Act Converting the Extension Campuses of the Don Honorio Ventura State University, located in the municipality of Santo Tomas, Porac, Lubao, Candaba, Apalit, Mexico, Santa Rita, Florida Blanca, Guagua, and Sasmuan, all in the province of Pampanga, into regular campuses of the DHBSU, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate Number 1862, sponsor Senator
To
Villanueva.
the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 319, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical, Vocational Education, and Finance, and House Number 7692, introduced by Representative Swan Singh et al., entitled An Act Establishing a Regular Campus of the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology in the municipality of Nampicuan, Province of Nueva Ecija, to be known as Newest Nampicuan Campus, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 320, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical, Vocational Education, and Finance, and House Number 7693, introduced by Representative Rodriguez et al., entitled An Act Establishing a Campus of the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, PMMA, in Cagayan de Oro City, Province of Misamis Oriental, to be known as the PMMA Cagayan de Oro City Campus, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 321, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance, on House Number 8111, introduced by Representative Silveira et al., entitled An Act Converting the Bulacan Agricultural State College in the municipality of San Ildefonso, Province of Bulacan, into a state university to be known as the Bulacan State Agricultural University, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate Number 2106, sponsor Senator
To
Villanueva.
the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 322, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance, and House Number 8188, introduced by Representative Singson Mihan et al., entitled An Act Converting the Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College in the municipality of Santa Maria, Province of Ilocos Sur, and all its campuses in the province of Ilocos Sur into a state university, integrating therewith the North Luzon Philippine State College in the city of Candon, Province of Ilocos Sur, to be known as the Ilocos Sur Philippines Polytechnic University, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate Number 2120, sponsor Senator
To
Villanueva.
the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 323, submitted by the Committee on Public Services, and House Concurrent Resolution Number 21, introduced by Representatives Madrona and Alvarez, entitled Concurrent Resolution Approving the Sale, Transfer, or Assignment of the Controlling Interest in Advanced Media Broadcasting System, Inc. to Planet Cable, Inc., recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Poe.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies first in the line of sponsorship. I hope the good sponsor from Cavite doesn't mind. I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, House Concurrent Resolution Number 21, Mr. President. So,
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Concurrent Resolution Number 21.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
May I ask the Secretary to read the title?
Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 21, Concurrent Resolution Approving the Sale, Transfer, or Assignment of the Controlling Interest in Advanced Media Broadcasting System, Inc. to Planet Cable, Inc.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, to sponsor the measure.
We recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, good evening. Today, we are called by law to carry out our mandate and responsibility with regard to franchises as I present to the body House Concurrent Resolution Number 21, which seeks the approval of Congress on the sale, transfer, or assignment of the controlling interest in Advanced Media Broadcasting System Incorporated to Planet Cable Incorporated. Last March 30, 2019, Advanced Media Broadcasting System Incorporated was granted a renewal of franchise through Republic Act Number 11253. AMBS is a wholly owned Filipino corporation incorporated in 1991 and have been operating since 1995, when their first franchise was granted by virtue of Republic Act Number 8061. It is currently operating 3 broadcast stations within Metro Manila and General Santos City. Due to the pandemic and its impact to the operations of AMBS, the current shareholders decided that the mandate of AMBS may be better served by transferring the controlling interest to an organization that is capable and committed to provide quality broadcast services. AMBS accepted the offer of Planet Cable Incorporated to purchase the controlling interest due to the latter's resources, extensive experience in cable television services, and its intention to expand into broadcasting services. Planet Cable Incorporated also committed to improve AMBS AM and FM stations and continue its 5-year development plan. Mr. President, Section 10 of Advanced Media Broadcasting Systems franchise states that Congress shall be informed of any sale, lease, transfer, grant of usufruct, or assignment of franchise or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder, or of the merger or of transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee within 60 days after the completion of said transaction. Any person or entity to which this franchise is sold, transferred, or assigned shall be subject to the same conditions, terms, restrictions, and limitations of this Act. While the franchise of AMBS, as well as other franchises approved by the body, expressly allows such sale, transfer, or assignment of controlling interest, the duty of Congress is beyond just as an approval stamp. Sinisiguro din ng Kongreso na sa gitna ng paglipat ng kontrol ng prangkisa ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang serbisyo sa publiko. To this, we assure the body that the committee scrutinized and carefully study the documentary submissions of Advanced Media Broadcasting System and Planet Cable to ensure that they do not have any issues, liabilities, or pending cases, and they have the capacity and experience to perform the services underlined in the franchise. We also sought the assistance of government agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission, the National Telecommunications Commission, and the Bureau of Internal Revenue to ensure that the applicants have complied with their duties and deliverables. These agencies cleared the 2 broadcast entities. Mr. President, I believe all of us would agree that broadcasting is a crucial element in the communication between and among communities and has been an important source of information, allowing our citizens to make informed decisions, especially during the pandemic. With our collective approval of House Concurrent Resolution Number 21, nakakasiguro tayo na mas pinabuti, mas pinalawak, at tuloy-tuloy na broadcast services para sa ating mga kababayan. I thank my colleagues for your preliminary support for this measure and for signing the committee report expeditiously. I hope that we can deliberate these with the public need in mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our hardworking chair, Senator Grace Poe. Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, this is just a simple concurrent resolution, and under Section 72 of our rules, simple or concurrent resolutions shall not be subject to the procedure for second and third reading prescribed in Section 71. So it's a mere adoption. But since we don't usually approve on the same day, Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, finally, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders Senate Bill number 2393 and the committee report number 305.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2393 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
The secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2393, an act establishing a rental subsidy program for informal settler families, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Majority
Recognize, Mr. President, to sponsor Senator Francis Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr.
The
President.
gentleman from Cavite, Senator Tolentino, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. As instructed by the Senate Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement, I have the honor to report out Committee Report number 305 and recommend the approval of Senate Bill 2393 or the Rental Housing Subsidy Act of 2021. Mr. President, this is a priority legislative measure mentioned during the 5th State of the Nation Address of the President, which aims to establish a housing and social protection program to support informal settler families access the formal housing market by providing them rental subsidies. Mr. President, the concept of a home presents many metaphors. Home is our sanctuary, refuge, or abode. At its most basic, home is a shelter and dwelling. Home means more than a roof over our heads. Homes are vital to our health, safety, dignity, and privacy. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that our home is our first line of defense against the virus when we are enjoined to stay at home to slow transmissions and protect our healthcare systems. Conformably, Mr. President, the right to housing is indispensable to the full enjoyment of other human rights, Mr. President. We have several obligations, including those contained in the Covenant Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Mr. President. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, PSA, the Philippines is highly urbanizing at the rate of 51.2%, which means more than half of the country's over 100 million population reside in urban areas, specifically here in Metro Manila. Cities as engines of growth, as I mentioned a while ago during our previous deliberation, contributed to the influx of population to the urban areas, mainly due to the presence of job opportunities. This resulted in unplanned settlements or informal settlements, which are located along the rivers, Pasig River, San Juan River, and several major esteros here in Metro Manila. In 2012, the World Bank assessed that the number of informal settlers in the Philippines has increased from 4.1% of the total urban population in 2003 to 5.4% in 2012, when 2.2 million lived in informal settlements, of which 1.3 million were in Metro Manila alone. Unfortunately, Mr. President, the government has not been able to address these problems as socialized housing development programs are hampered with the slow process of land acquisition, limited affordable land, and problems in resettlement site development, among others. More importantly, Mr. President, the continuing onslaught of COVID-19 has worsened the situation of Filipinos living in congested centers, particularly again here in Metro Manila and other big cities, and has brought not only health problems, but also adverse economic effects, which resulted to poor quality of life. Notwithstanding the circumstances, Mr. President, in social housing over the past years, it is not too late for the state to fulfill its mandate of providing sustainable and habitable shelter for its people. Thus, this proposed measure not only seeks to provide homes for the displaced families, but also help them sustain their livelihoods by offering them various options during the interim process of construction and relocation. It also seeks to protect the urban poor, ang atin pong mga maralitang tagalunsod, from the impact of immediate dislocation due to eviction and demolition arising from several projects, be it government or private. Acquiring decent housing shouldn't be an arduous and long process for the poor. housing should be accessible to all Filipinos regardless of income. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the co-sponsorship speeches of Senator Bongo and Senator Bong Revilla to be inserted into the records. Alam po.
It's duly noted.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Ano dyan
Yes,
po si
go.
Senator Go?
Senator Go.
Yes, sir.
ito po ako.
Senator Go, please.
Yes, we recognize Senator Bongo to co-sponsor the measure.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I am here to co-sponsor and support the passage of Senate Bill 2393 or the rental housing subsidy program bill. I laud the gentleman from Cavite and chairman of the Housing Committee for his steadfast action regarding this measure. The continuing onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the situation of Filipinos living in congested urban centers, particularly in Metro Manila. COVID-19 has brought not only health problems but also adverse economic effects to the country, which resulted to a vast increase in unemployment. This resulted in a host of other issues such as poverty, inequality, hunger, and malnutrition, as well as lack of sustainable livelihoods, among others. Sa pag-ikot ko po at pagbibigay tulong sa mga kababayan nating nasunugan, I have witnessed firsthand the worsening situation of the lives of our fellow countrymen, especially those who have no permanent place to call home. Many homeless families are either living in shelters, temporary housing, or worse, in the streets and sidewalks. Hindi po ito tama. Every Filipino family deserves a decent home without compromising their health and safety. Now, more than ever, we need to provide homes for displaced families and help them sustain livelihoods by offering various options during the interim process of construction and relocation. It is for this reason that I filed a bill which would help address the above-mentioned issues, Senate Bill 1227 or the Rental Housing Subsidy Program Act of 2019, which aims to establish a housing and social protection program with the end view of enabling informal settler beneficiaries or ISBs to lead decent lives by supporting them in accessing the formal housing market by offering a rental subsidy. This shall also be made an option to address the temporary relocation of displaced families due to natural and man-made disasters. Eligible informal settler beneficiaries or individuals or households living in a house or unit without the consent of the lot owner or those living in danger areas shall receive a rental subsidy rate of 3,500 for those living in Metro Manila. For those living in other regions, the rental subsidy rate shall be jointly determined by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development or DSUD and the NEDA, National Economic and Development Authority, taking into consideration the prevailing minimum wage and rental rates in the region. Eligible informal settler beneficiaries shall vacate the informal settlement area in which they are presently living and transfer or relocate to a safer, decent, formal settlement. The rental subsidy shall be granted to eligible beneficiaries until the date of completion of the permanent housing project intended for them or upon their actual transfer to permanent housing project. Mr. Chair, kaya ko po inihain ang panukalang batas na ito dahil hangarin po natin na wala nang squatter sa ating sariling bayan. Ulitin ko po, dapat po magkaroon ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino ng isang maayos at disenteng tirahan. Pangako po naming dalawa ni Pangulong Duterte na bigyan ng mas maginhawang buhay ang bawat Pilipino, lalong-lalo na po ang mga mahirap. Lastly, I want to commend the good chairman of this committee for prioritizing this measure to alleviate our poverty-stricken and homeless countrymen amidst the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bongo. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Do not worry. We're about 2 minutes away from going home. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Just designations, Mr. President, to the BICAM panels for conferees to the bicameral, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2368 and House Bill number 8164. This is the Philippine Veterans Bank Act, Mr. President.
As acting presiding officer, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2368 and House Bill number 8164. They are Senators Grace Poe as chairperson, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and Senator Franklin M. Drilon.
And Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on disagreeing votes on House Bill number 8882. This is the Charter of Baguio City.
As presiding officer, the following members are hereby designated by the Senate President as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 8882. They are Senator Francis Tolentino as chairperson, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and Senator Risa Ontiveros for the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I apologize to Ma'am Cynthia. I know she was supposed to sponsor 3 measures. Maybe we can do this first hour tomorrow, ma'am. Anyway, it is for sponsorship. So with that, Mr. President, I move. So we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, September 28, 2021, and I thank all my colleagues for staying tonight.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, September 28, 2021.